Looks like meat's back on the menu, boys!
Greetings. Here we have to do this one more time, apparently. Apologize in advance. Actually, you know what I should do? I should do in before.
Rollo only talks about this girl all the time. All she does is talk about gossip, gossip, gossip.
Right. Okay, get it out of your system now, right here, while the theme song is playing. I don't do this because I want to. I do this because I have to. Live from Las Vegas, Nevada in Red 2 Studios. That means it's my studio, my home studio. You see, Kyle has the day off today because he and Miguel are in California celebrating the birth of Miguel's son, his second birthday. So we gave him the day off. Yes, I know. It's still echoing, isn't it? Hang on one second. Funny thing about StreamYard is you have to sort of fuss with things you don't really want to fuss with. Man, it's so weird not having I've gotten too used to this. Maybe I'm like spoiled now. I don't have a producer.
Morning.
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 Good morning.
No. Get out. Get out. It's been 3 days and you haven't done anything. Get out of here.
Seriously?
See, this is a lesson in boundaries, young men.
Sometimes a game. I like making content.
What about your history? You have a controversial history of going out, partying. I'm not even going to bring up the other thing, which you know about. I'll let H3 bring that up.
I'll let H3 bring that up. Look at that face, man. This is so good. This is so good. He looks like, is he in his Reservoir Dogs phase right now? Is this the look?
This is the dumbest thing I've ever done. I'm going to be real. Like, this is just retarded. Like, I
feel like you should be like walking in slow motion down some like alley somewhere with like,
you're only trying to like say negative things about me.
I'm not trying to say negative things about you, but I mean,
you have not said anything positive, and you're just, you have a controversial past. People hate you.
But listen,
you hate Jews.
That's not what I'm saying. Let me finish.
Isn't it like to the people watching, like this dude platform?
No, let me finish.
And you're going to try to like.
Let me finish. Do you agree?
I'm controversial.
Nico, do you agree that because you fucking okay? So no, it's funny you bring up that you love to bring up that interview, but.
No, because you are trying to like sound like you're a better person. Like
I'm not trying to sound like I'm a better person.
I'm controversial.
Bro, this is who you are on the internet. This is how people look at you. You
guilty. You turn off the TV and go snuggle in bed?
Yeah, that sounds so nice. What kind of snuggle are you up for?
Let's be naked and let's talk for a bit. I feel like we haven't had much time to connect this week.
How do Christians like reproduce?
Hey, thank you so much for initiating. You know how much being close means to me.
Thank you for asking me what I am up for.
Coral Osborne, where are you at? Coral, I need a professional analysis of this situation.
Didn't feel like pressure, and let's see where things go.
Okay, I love you.
I love you too.
Me too, yeah. This is like the beginning. Oh God, this is so funny. Look at that. These are the comments. Oh, geez. Yes. God, how do you guys do it? I just don't understand.
Algorithms reward crazy, sensational, outrageous videos. And so when you see some girl doing squats at the gym and she's recording herself and then she has like a little caption underneath like, oh my God, some other creep just looked at me. And then boys are watching this and they're thinking like, oh, girls don't even want to be looked at in public. Like I'm just not going to like eyes forward, blinkers on, do not like make women think that I like them at all.
All right, let me just, can I ask you all a question? Oh, hi, what's up, Duke? How are you? Can I ask a question? Does Rob Henderson like strike you as the kind of guy who spends enough time in the gym to actually have some like reasoned opinion on what goes on in there?
And most women at the gym are probably either like indifferent or maybe even positively inclined if they're single to be approached by.
Because you spent a lot of time at Powerhouse in Vegas, right?
The video that the men see, like they think that that is how reality is, and they.
Well, yeah, depends on where you're at, but okay.
Have this misinterpreted view. The other thing is like a lot of guys I think will use that like Me Too and these videos of women posting mean comments about men or something as a justification for what the pickup artists call approach anxiety.
Wow, you actually figure. Wow, so he actually knows something of those pickup artists, right? Like makes me wonder what his mental image of a pickup artist is. It like Mystery, like circa 2003, 2004?
Of like they are already afraid of approaching women, and now they have this socially justifiable excuse of I would approach her, bro. Like I would totally go say, but like I don't want to get Me Too'd. Like
okay, so I forget this girl's name. I don't want to burn her because actually I think her head's in the right place, but she has this podcast called The Unspeakeasy, and it's like the only people she has of note that are on there in any regular capacity is Rob Henderson. But it's funny how like she like, baby, I'm here. You can call me up anytime you want. If you want like a reasoned opinion, you want an educated understanding, like outline detailing, whatever of all this, I am more than happy to come. I mean, her podcast is something like 30K. I don't forget what it is. I'm happy to help. I am.
I would totally go up to that girl, but like, you know, do I want to get recorded? Is there a hidden camera? But otherwise I would.
Okay, so this is like sour grapes. Thanks, Rob. We figured all this stuff out way before you arrived on the scene. And yes, you're correct. He's correct. You know, guys will use pretty much anything to sort of like step on their own dicks. But once again, I will ask: Does Rob seem like he's actually the kind of guy that spends a lot of time in the gym who would know anything about this?
That's like the story they're telling themselves, but that's not what they would do. They would be afraid regardless. So I think there's just a lot of excuse making and fear.
Yeah. But again, it's funny is whenever I get into these conversations, God, where's freaking Kyle when I need him? So I get in these conversations with people when they talk about like these chicks in the gym, man, they're putting up all these cameras everywhere, and to some extent they do. I mean, even in Powerhouse, but there a lot of the Powerhouse, like the girls and the guys, do videos because they're fitness fluencers, right? Fitfluencers. And they do that because that's what they're about. They're not doing it to set anybody up. And he's right to an extent. But the thing is like, you know where where women don't set those cameras up? You know where they don't set them up to, on a tripod and, get the lighting just right and the angle just right, for whatever exercise that they happen to be doing? Usually squats or some shit like that, right? You know where they don't do that? Curves. They don't do it at the all women's gym. Okay. So like, let's just be a little bit more realistic here. Now, I wouldn't expect Rob to know that because Rob doesn't strike me as the kind of guy who spends a lot of time in the gym. So.
Asshole for not feeling anything when my girlfriend cries. I, 26 male, have been dating my girlfriend, 25 female, for a little over 3 years. Now, during the last 2 years, she's been going through a rough time mentally. Has had quite a few problems regarding her education. Because of this, she's been very emotionally unstable, which includes her crying about anything and everything. She would cry if even the smallest thing didn't go according to her plan and act irrationally about a lot of things. In the beginning, I tried to be as supportive as possible, talk over the things with her, try to understand her side of it. I would cuddle her for hours until she felt better.
Well, there's your problem right there.
And then repeat the same routine day in and day out for many, many months. Dear God. So am I the asshole? I mean, you are for continuing to date this person. I don't mean to spoil the ending here, but the obvious answer is that you should break up with this crazy broad.
So you heard it here first from Matt Walsh.
Dump that bitch.
I'm noticing a shift in content creation, and this is it right here. The shift comes in the wake of, let's see, Dave Ramsey and John Deloney, this kind of like, I'm going to go pick up on whatever the call-in is, whatever the advice is. Everybody's suddenly turned into Dear Abby. And I love how all of these non-red pill creators and these quote-unquote, non-manosphere creators, which are, sorry to say, Matt's actually part of the manosphere, whether he wants to, well, he certainly is now after this. All these people who want to say that they're not part of the John Deloney, man, every time I see John Deloney, whatever his name is, Every time he does another call in and some guy says, yeah, my wife cheated on me. Should I take her back? Blah, blah, blah. I just see just one little tiny like sliver of his soul die. And he like moves inches ever closer to the red pill.
Lead at home. We'll give you 3 ways to lead. This is just a hack. Yeah. You be a great leader at home as a dad. Be the lead repenter.
Because you did it wrong. I don't care what you did it wrong.
Be the lead apologizer.
Yes. What am I apologizing for? I don't know. Just apologize. But I just got up in the morning and had scrambled eggs and bacon. Apologize for that.
And just pray out loud over your wife and kids.
Yeah.
And some guys are like, well, I'm not good at it. You know, biggest
You're praying out loud over your wife and kids. How bad could you be at it?
word I know is delicatessen. Don't know how to work it in. Listen, this is how easy it is. You go to your wife and you go, baby, how can I pray for you?
It's like, okay, so this is what I call lumberjack Christianity. This is like backwoods, like Duck Dynasty Christianity.
Here's important. She's going to say words.
Yeah.
Pay attention to those words. Then all you do is hold her hand and say, dear God, and literally verbatim, just repeat exactly what she said. And so,
oh, I see. So patronize her.
Say amen.
That's good.
And she's going to say Hercules, Hercules.
Yeah.
Hercules. What is that in the Old Testament? Is Hercules in Judges?
That's it, bro.
Yep.
Because it's one of the only ways you can fight for her heart anymore.
Yeah.
You know, there are no more dragons to slay.
Yeah.
Then why am I apologizing? Apparently that's the key. Please, baby, don't leave me. I wasn't going to leave you. What's wrong? Oh, I got so much to apologize for. What? Did you cheat on me? Did you jerk off the porn? No, none of that. The lumberjack told me to apologize.
Under 35 in America today. If you are married and you have children, you are 3 times happier than unmarried, childless women. We
Happy.
grew up in a time where anything goes. Do whatever you want, sleep with whoever you want, do any drugs that you want, have as much alcohol as you want. There's no consequences to your actions whatsoever. We're basically going to deregulate, destigmatize, and all of a sudden, when everything was available to us on a silver platter, we realized that we were miserable. I mean, we're dealing with probably the worst mental health crisis the world has ever seen as a generation.
It's interesting seeing how...
Can we just is there okay. This is that chick from the what is it? Not Elle magazine, is whatever the Eve. It had to be a Christianish name, right? Evie magazine. That's the chick, right? And like, for the love of Christ, can we just do this without the music running in the background? Oh, and by the way, if you use the sweet dreams are made of these, like if you use that droning kind of like funeral dirge version of that song, I will not use your video. Sorry, I have boundaries, and that's one of them.
When people are given more freedom and they're told that it's all empowering, they become less happy.
Oh, they're miserable. You're watching a whole generation of women say, I am miserable by myself, but the only message that I am being given from every influencer, every women's magazine, every women's nonprofit, every female politician, every professor on my college campus, every TV show that I watch, every pastor that I listen to on Sunday is, there's time for that later. Go do your thing right now. Prioritize one thing and one thing only, and that is your career. And if you trap yourself in marriage, you'll never go on a vacation again. You'll never have a friend night out again. When you've boiled all of this down to the narcissism of my life is about doing whatever I want in the next 5 minutes, no consequences barred, look what's happened as a result.
Yeah, you're unhappy, right? Everybody's unhappy. You know, I'll tell you what's funny is she's not wrong. Just I'm going to give you the quick rundown version. She's not wrong. She's not wrong about the messaging. She's wrong about the result, but she's not wrong about the messaging. And the thing that kills me is like, there's this, it's the carrot that sticks out and that gets the mule to pull the cart is happiness. It's not about like God. It's not about heaven. It's not about religion. It's not about ethics. It's not about morality. You know, it's about happiness. You'll be less happy if you don't have kids and you're not a stay-at-home mom. You'll be less happy if you're like, and so she kind of feeds into the same nonsense that she's criticizing all these other people talking about, which she is correct about. But the problem is that she's not really like, there's a better way to sell this. every time I read another friggin' article from like what's his name, Brad Wilcox or Wilcox. The guy is like the apologist / sales pitch man for what is it, the IFS version of marriage, and everything starts with "you'll be happier." No, you fucking won't be, because happiness is a temporal state, and that's all. Another thing is like she still has that stuck in her head, the happiness conundrum. You're not going to be happier. You're going to be living a different lifestyle for sure, and it might be a more fulfilling lifestyle for you at some point. But you're not going to be in this endless state of nirvanic bliss because you chose that road instead of another road. Stop selling happiness. You want to know why we have, SSRIs and antidepressants prescribed to women in like the highest record numbers ever imagined possible? It's because there's this idea that happiness is some goal state that could be maintained and sustained indefinitely. It can't. Whether you're married or you're single, you're not going to be happy indefinitely. In fact, you're not entitled to be happy indefinitely, which is exactly what we've sold women. So wipe that fucking smile off your face and let's get down and do the real friggin' work.
I'm not getting laid when I treat a woman well. It's just not working out. And I know a lot of men have been experiencing this. And they're like, let me find the meanest son of a bitch on the internet and listen to him. By the way, it'll work. It'll work because you're dealing with a lot of dysfunctional women. Dysfunctional men start catering to dysfunctional women.
Okay, so everybody's fucked up. Got it. Okay, thanks a lot, brother man. Actually, usually like what this guy has to say. But whenever something doesn't align with the guy's ideological stance on the way men and women ought to be, or should, there we go with that word again, should treat each other, should be in some sort of, relationship with each other. And if they're not, if somebody like, for men, it's usually, well, you're a dysfunctional man, you attract dysfunctional women. That's the one of the greatest cop-outs. And I ran into that on Wednesday, by the way, which we'll talk about here in a little while. But let's stop it with the damaged women, damaged men narrative and get down to work.
That's not leadership. But then again, like survival takes precedence if there's no relative value, like truth potentially, and maybe, hey, I should probably heal myself and stop seeking the sick to be healed.
That. For Christ's sake. Gentlemen, again, you remember what I told you just a minute ago? Like if you use Sweet Dreams made of these, if that's your background music, canceled. Whenever a guy starts using therapy speak, this is just baffle garble, according to Vox Day. But anytime I listen to some guy who's using like female therapy buzzwords, compromised, and I like, are you guys getting that? Like, am I the only one that's sensitive to this? Because when I hear this, that's the first thing that goes through my head.
What's really happening, and there's a much larger percentage of people becoming sick. And so a lot of the dating advice is actually being given within the realm of the sick and how to function at a level of dominance.
Okay, so we're all sick, we're all fucked up, we're all dysfunctional, we're all unhealed. Of course, if you're masculine or if you're dominant, then there's probably something wrong with you there too. So there's no possible way to live a healthy lifestyle unless it's like this guy and you have his hair.
There's no concept of love there. There's no recognition of truth. There's no conversation of evolution.
There's a problem with that because there is a conversation about evolution and there is a conversation about truth. The problem is you never get to it because we're too easy or too wrapped up and trying to figure out what the hell you mean when it comes to healed and unhealed and this other crap, right?
No drop of personal reflection.
That's all it is personal reflection. Are you kidding me? Okay, let's get to nuts and bolts.
Body fat actually looks like on a man's body. This is 50%, no abs, no shape, no definition. Everything will just look soft. This is 40% body fat.
Wait a minute. I'd had to do a double take on this. This is what? This is 50%? That is a lot more than 50%. I think that's more than 50%.
This is 50%, no abs, no shape, no definition. Everything will just look soft. This is 40% body fat. Still virtually zero definition in your body. And
you have moobs. Man boobs. You have moobs.
Overall, a soft look. This is 30% body fat. Finally, you'll start to look normal, but no abs yet. Just an ab.
Wait a minute. Hold on, guys. Just so you know. Ladies. Is this normal?
No abs yet, just an average looking build. This is 20% body fat. Here you'll finally start to look like you hit the gym and start to see slight ab definition and muscle separation. This is 15% body fat. You finally start to look lean and you should have a six pack in virtually any lighting and be able to maintain this year round.
15? I'm having a tough time believing that's 15. I think that's more like towards the 16 to 18 range, but maybe. Or it might be less. It might be like more like 14.
To maintain this year round. This is 10% body fat. You'll have striations all over your quads and chests and vascularity everywhere. Super hard to maintain this level unless you're on a strict meal plan. This is 5% body fat. Extremely lean and pretty much
Okay, now I can tell you right damn now that this is more like 10, between 8 and 10 right here. If that was okay, children, hold on one second. I got some homework for you guys to do. Go look up a bodybuilder. He is deceased. Okay.
Hello there, children. How's it going?
Okay, his name is Andreas Munzer. Look how ripped Andreas Munzer was. He died because he was that ripped. That's 3 to 5%, maybe. This ain't no 5%. Look at Andreas Munzer and tell me. Jay Cutler. Yeah, Jay Cutler is pretty ripped, but like that's in his like. I've seen Jay Cutler before. Jay Cutler comes into Powerhouse now and then. Cutler he's close to. Well, he's not always on his competition his competition weight, but
impossible to maintain this level. People only drop this low to step on stage for a bodybuilding show.
I don't know. I don't know, Nuke. I think like you could get down to 7. Wait a minute. Let me. I'm just gonna look this up. Maybe I can just find out what this is. What was Andreas Munzer body fat? There we go. Body fat percentage. Okay. Andreas Munzer famously completed a virtually unmeasurable body fat percentage, often cited in bodybuilding lore as roughly 0%. While biologically it's impossible to have 0% body fat, it was officially recorded that he had an extremely muscular physique with almost no subcutaneous fat. For context, he relied on an extreme contest prep diet of about 2,000 calories alongside intensive diuretics use. His trademark peeled appearance, tragically his extreme conditioning combined with several chemical abuse, let's just say gear, contributed to his death from multiple organ failure at the age of 31. Go look up Andreas Munzer. Unmeasurable body fat. That's like how low he got. So I don't know. I think you can get lower than that, Nuke, but that's still some crazy shit. Okay, last one.
To the data from the General Social Survey, 10% of men are sleeping with 59% of women.
Wrong. Where did it go? Is it this one? Hold on. Nope, that's Southern. Hold on a second. There it is. Okay, Grok, here it was. I looked this up. The specific claim isn't accurate or from the GSS data. GSS shows men report higher average lifetime partners than women, but this gap largely stems from well-documented reporting biases. Men overreport, women underreport. Total partner counts don't add up between genders. Recent GSS study analysis find most adults report 0 to 1 partners per year. Promiscuity is low, and distributions aren't extremely skewed. Median lifetime partners hover around 4 to 6. The 10 to 59% figure and polygynous society narratives appear to be unsubstantiated exaggerations circulating online, not supported by actual survey results. Continue, please.
Even if we don't want this, we are heading towards a polygynous society.
Okay, I keep seeing this chick come up in my my feed, whatever you want to call it. Hey, welcome. Yes, I'm in the home studio. Some people like this better. Do you like my home studio? It's much more homey, right? Maybe Ned will join us later. I have the Ned cam already set up. We'll see what happens. Maybe he will. Maybe he will. Grace us with his presence. Good evening, good afternoon, whatever you are, wherever you are. It is hot as F in Las Vegas today. I think we are pushing somewhere about 107, I think. And good thing about home studios. I can get coffee whenever I'd like. 8% body fat equals elite kickboxing, Muay Thai. Yeah. I think, is it maintainable? I don't know. I thought that's interesting though, because like there's been a lot of talk. Where is it? Oh shit, I didn't put this in here. Just a second. Hang on. There's been a lot of talk about what is the ideal body type. One more time. I hate to even bring this up. It's so stupid. Remember the arms, this is doing that. Which arms do you think is the best, right? This has been running around here. This is 168 pounds to 141 pounds. Everyone, of course, says all the ladies. What do you think all the ladies said? What do you think what's your preference, ladies? What do you think is the best, ladies? I'm just asking for a friend. Like mere curiosity. Which one would you want to hang out with at the bar? Yep, that's right. 168 pound schlub. That's the dude they're all picking. So it's okay, guys. You don't have to worry about any of that. Don't worry about getting in shape, right? Mike Sartain said that about what? Hold on a sec. So about 10% to 59% male last time you two. I don't think so. And I would like to, if he did, I definitely want to talk to him about that. See, that's the thing is this. You want to talk about that? That's the thing is that a lot of times when we start talking about numbers, especially now, you better know your fucking numbers, because I was at where was he did? Okay, well, fine. I'll talk. You know what? If he decides to text me, and I know he will during the show, I'll be happy to bring that up. Body fat percentage by gender, body fat percentage chart to guide your health metrics. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Body fat percentage chart for men. Thanks, Sammy, for that. Body fat percentage for chart for men, age group 20 to 29. Essential fat 2 to 5%. So you need that to live. And this is 20 to 29. Athletic or fit is between 6 and 13%. 6%. So essentially, like, I guess if you're like an ectomorph, right? Is that still a thing? As an ectomorph, you could be that. And then acceptable. This is acceptable. 14 to 24%. I disagree. I don't think 24% should be acceptable. I think acceptability like ends at about 15%. And then if you are equal to or greater than 25%, guess what? You are obese, my friend. According to let's see, InBody USA. 30 to 39, 2.2 to 5 again, 6 to 14 is athletic and fit. Acceptable, 15 to 25, and then anything greater than 26 is obese. All right, let me look myself up here. So the 50 to 59 demographic. I need between 3 and 7% body fat just to stay alive. And then athletic is 8 to 16. Guess what? Yours truly is in the athletic range. That's the good news, honey. Acceptable is 17 to 27. I still disagree with that. Maybe. Nah, 16. Even 16, I don't even think. And then if I wanted to be obese, then I would have to be equal to or greater than 28%. And 60 plus, boy, they're no mercy there. For women, well, you got to remember women are going to have a little bit of extra body fat because they actually biologically, women have an extra layer of fat. I didn't know if you knew that. Well, fat cells anyways. 20 to 29, essential fat. Man, wow, women need 10 to 13% body fat. I don't know. I've seen some there's some bodybuilder chicks in the gym that are like right, but I think I would say they were 8. Athletic and fit is 14 to 20%. Acceptable. I'm sure we're going to have a lot to say about this. Acceptable range for women, 20 to 29, 21 to 31%. Wow. The same demographic, man. Oh, and then by the way, if it's greater than equal to or greater than 32%, ladies, you are obese. Jeez, man. For men, it's 25. For women, it's 32. Holy crap. Okay. Well, anyways, I'm not going to read through all of those, but boy, yeah, plumpers. There you go. Yes. Pogs. Sammy says most of the data is biased towards normalizing obesity rather than acknowledging that 7% body fat in men is the healthiest as long as a man continues to build muscle. But see, that's a trick, and because you still have to take on like if you want to put muscle. I was just talking to Dr. Todd Lee, MD. If you don't know who he is, go look up Todd Lee, MD on Instagram. He is my let's say my fitness counselor. He's a good dude. IFBB pro bodybuilding competitor, and is actually a medical doctor. He will talk your ear off about gear if that's what you're into, or TRT or peptides or nutrition or bodybuilding, and you name it. And he's got a medical background to back it up. So, which I think is pretty great. But the thing is one of the things we talked about, I actually had him on one of my Zoom calls for my Reignite group, which you should join, so you can actually talk to guys like that, and Jim Sexton, and, well, Aaron Clary. You can listen to Aaron anytime you want, though. Is that special? Maybe it is. Anyways, so I was talking to Todd Lee, MD, and I don't think people really realize, if you're trying to put muscle on, people don't realize how much they have to eat. Like, especially protein, obviously, but like people don't realize just how much bodybuilders actually eat. Like, do you know the caloric intake of like Ronnie Coleman? That's insane. I don't think I would be throwing up. I'd be like, there'd be so much food, but that's what they do. Similarly, they've changed the range of testosterone levels so that normal is low, is so low it's destroying lives. Yeah, you're probably right about that. You know, it's funny, Sammy, I saw this thing on testosterone recently about how like testosterone levels being lower is like being over exaggerated. And maybe that's part of that new sort of messaging. And a lot of the stuff that I see right now with respect to like anything that's like masculinity adjacent, red pill adjacent, masculinity adjacent is always like, it's either confusing or it's like, sounds like, hey, I thought testosterone levels were low. No. They're actually normal. They're actually okay. They're actually, trending upwards. Sounds like bull. Can't tell if bullshit. And so it's funny to me, like anything that is sort of like you would consider like to be like related towards men's health or men's mental issues or loneliness epidemic, whatever it is. I'm sure probably at some point people go, well, guess what? Men are actually as lonely as we thought they were. We've done new research and now they're not. Guarantee it, man. Testosterone is confidence. Testosterone heals the body. Testosterone is life. Yes. It's the magic elixir. If you guys haven't, oh God, I don't want to spoil it. I watched The Burrows on Netflix. It's by the Duffer Brothers, the guys that are responsible for Stranger Things. It's actually pretty good. I hate to say it. It's actually pretty damn good. Good plot-wise, everything else, but it's the gold juice, the gold like stuff. That's testosterone. Yep, boy. All right, so let's see. What do we got to talk about today? Well, Lauren Southern decided that she wanted to come to Las Vegas, and I was in the middle of a discussion. It was Wednesday of last week. I was in the middle of a discussion with Paul Elam and this other guy, Shaw. Shaw? I don't know if it's S-H-A-W or S-H-A-H, like the Shaw. And that was an interesting conversation. I'll give you my my brief rundown of that whole thing later on. But the thing is during that talk, I had people blowing up my text, and they're like, Lauren Southern's down at Origin Studios. I'm like, what? And so like I'm kind of trying to break away from the conversation. I open up a new tab on my browser, and like, sure shit, there she is. And she's there with Lisa, who is the producer, the booker, and she's the lady that I deal with whenever I go on Tim Pool. There she is. She's on there, and Tim did not show up. I don't think Tim showed up the entire week. Was he on any of those shows this entire week? So the Timcast guys were in Vegas from July 4th to the 10th. And yes, I hung out with Phil Labonte, who is it's basically Philcast, because Phil hosts the show when Tim is not available. Tim wasn't available pretty much the whole week because he must have done pretty good in the poker tournament that he was in. And I know it's I forget the name of the poker tournament, but apparently it's a big deal. I know my friend John Orlando, who used to own Sticky Paws Studio, where we used to shoot Access Vegas. He's a big poker player as well. And so this is something like he goes and plays quite a bit too. But Tim was there, and I guess he did well enough that he was kind of like had to be doing the whole show. And he wasn't, or well, I should say, Phil had to do the whole show. And so then you got, they had, other guests. I didn't know who they were. They had me in on I think it was the first time I was on Monday. And I thought it was pretty good. It's the topics are kind of out of my wheelhouse. They're mostly like political and social issues. I think I did okay. I follow along. At least I knew what they were talking about. But so anyways, now the big deal is that Psychotics, Lauren Southern, was in Vegas on Wednesday, and everybody was blowing up my text, and I'm trying to concentrate on what I'm doing with Paul Elam and Mike and everybody and sort of apply myself. But everybody's blowing up and say, go down there. Like, slash her tires. Like, what? I think she got there in an Uber. I don't know. But I had all these people like telling me that she was down there, and she was. And I had to watch the playback because she was already gone by the time I was done. But again, poor Lauren Southern. All of those bad men that she was involved with, in 2018, 2019, Tommy Robinson, Andrew Tate. Let's see, Destiny, who she's apparently still involved with. See, I feel like I know every time she decides to pop off, it's this victim trauma bonding with her audience that she thinks she still has. Nobody cares about her anymore, really. I mean, she's kind of like, gosh, she gave Destiny way more than a blowjob, my friend. I'm pretty sure, I'm fairly certain that it was much more than just a PJ. Destiny probably gave her boyfriend a blowjob. But yeah, well, she's got real problems, and I really wish we would stop giving this bitch oxygen. I know that she's going to do some sort of debate with Rachel Wilson, and I'm in contact with the Wilsons, as you know. I'm pretty good friends with Rachel and Andrew. And I would hope that would be one topic that you want to ace is not you want to end the discussion, just bring up all the bullshit she pulled with me in 2023 and say, so did you do this deliberately? That's all you have to do. So did you collude with Brittany Venti and Destiny and Chrissy Mayer and all these other crazy psychotic people? Was that you? Just answer yes or fucking no. Dead. The whole conversation, the debate is over. It'll be like Sneeko walking away from that, like Sneeko in his Reservoir Dogs outfit. Like that'll be the end of that conversation for damn sure. She's BPD and she's great in bed. According to her ex-husband. Does she have a debate with Pearl as well? Good. Well, hey, you know what? Ask her too. I mean, we already kind of like, yes, I know about Sneeko. Thank you very much. You don't have to. But yeah, I mean, that would kill the conversation dead right there. I have I've got a quick, I'll just, so you guys have a frame of reference what the hell I'm talking about here. That one. I forget which one this is. This might be, I hope this is it. I think this is it.
Know at the time in 2018, but Tommy Robinson brought me out to meet Tate, claiming he was going to be a business investor.
Okay, that's lie number one.
For a kind of right-wing company we would make. And I went to it's all very convoluted, but we went and had this business.
Yeah, it's convoluted because you don't want to tell the truth. That's why.
Business meeting. It was a total disaster. Tate and his team call and say, Lauren, we still like, this was in Romania at their little compound.
Yeah, but what year?
This
their little compound.
was 2018.
2018.
You know, whenever a chick says little this, you and your little friends, you and that little band of yours, you and that little car, anytime a woman says like little, bye, click, it's over.
Like January, February 2018. Okay. And then they invite me to a club.
Catch that January, February 2018. That's an important date.
I have 2 drinks, get completely wasted somehow, like blackout drunk.
2 drinks and I don't know how it happened. By the way, she was sucking down Chardonnay during this entire thing while she was in Vegas.
Brings me back to the hotel room, strangles me.
Bitch, you are an alcoholic.
Assaults me. Crazy incident. I go to a hospital.
Okay, notice how these are jump cut. Those quick. Pop, 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 pop. They edit out a lot of shit in here.
I report it. I don't want to make it a big media deal. And then years later, he starts going viral online for having human trafficking, mass assault, rape cases, all these things. And I'm
okay. Before she continues, let's go to the evidence, shall we? Let me pull her out of there real quick. Put me back in. And before I let her continue, as you know, I was contacted by Lauren Southern's ex-husband in December of 2022. And I had an ongoing email exchange, and then we were on Signal and forget what else we talked on. Anyways, we had an ongoing exchange of let's see, I don't think I ever texted him, but we were on Signal, we were on email. He originally approached me because he wanted to know if I knew anyone, any legal representation or anybody in the U.S. that could help him with his child custody battle that he was having with Lauren at that time. I can tell you this with 100% assurity that it was, because she was the one who showed me the papers, right? I knew this was legit from as far back as 2022. Okay. Of course, everybody says, oh, it wasn't legit. It wasn't legit. And I'll tell you why, because Lauren and Destiny cooked up this bullshit story to try to throw people off of the trail or off of the track. Okay. I didn't realize how close I was to the truth until they decided that they were going to start, coming up with fabricated, let's say forged documents, which I'll be happy to show you on this show. But let's just backtrack a little bit. We keep going. So during this conversation, I had his name was Aaron McCready. Creedy. It was either Creedy or McCready. I can't remember. Anyways, his discourse through our exchange, through our email exchanges, he related to me that she had in fact been raped by Andrew Tate. And again, this is January, somewhere like late January, maybe early February of 2023. And here, of course, I was astute enough to not record, but to do screen caps of these. And then, so this was me. I said, what was her involvement with Andrew Tate? I said, I have to be very careful about this. And the reason why I was, because I knew that anytime I was going to try to get information, certainly about Lauren, but about Tate, people are going to throw all kinds of shit. I mean, he'd already been arrested for over a year at this point. So, or no, I shouldn't say that. No, he was, he had just been arrested because he got arrested arrested, whatever it is, in December 29th, 2022. So it's been about a couple of months. That's why I had to be very, very careful of this. So here we go. He says, well, I can answer this as well. She used to cry about this to me as a few times it seemed like I was getting out of line or something. Someone had someone she had screwed over was trying to blackmail her. I believe it was Milo. I think it probably was Milo. That would be Milo Yiannopoulos. Milo Yiannopoulos, the only way I can think of that he would be blackmailing Lauren Southern was because she was banging Tommy Robinson as well. But she'd also got with, what's that guy? The other, something, what the heck was the dude's name? He was a British guy. I'm trying to think of the guy's name. It'll come back to me. Anyways, so she was hitting on some other influencer. She was banging some other influencer in Britain. And I'm forgetting the guy's name. Shit, he's a very famous dude. He actually has ties to Andrew Tate as well. Paul Joseph something or other. I forget the guy's name. Someone will remember this. I forget. Anyway, so but that Milo knew all about that, and she was. I think Milo might have been not blackmailing her, but he knew enough that she was scared. Right. Again, I have a normal professional life. What the fuck is all this? It's just not normal. So to really summarize, she said, this is what Aaron told me. He says, Her and Tommy Robinson approached Andrew Tate to contribute money to an alt-right documentary. Okay, this is 2018. They went there and saw him personally in Romania. Lauren was attracted to Tate and visited him a few times and started making out and hanging out with him during the trip. She went back alone another time to secure money for the project. She got remember, she's alone this time. She got very drunk and she was on her stomach on his bed, and he got on top of her, pulled off her underwear and was about to enter her from behind. Lauren was drunk and resisted. He told him no and to stop, and then we move on to this part right here. Let's see, he was drunk and resisted. Had told him to stop and then locked her legs together. Tate put her in a headlock and started to choke her out, telling her to open her legs. When he was finished, he said, "So what? I raped you. You can't do anything about it. F off." Right? Okay. She was traumatized by this and had a few days later had a cocaine bender in London with Tommy Robinson and her film crew. In the process, she got wasted again and gave Tommy Robinson a blowjob despite him being married. Apparently, he told her they were splitting up, in parentheses. She was ashamed of all this, and we had a long and detailed conversation about this, all as she would be in tears about it. Was going to come out on socials at different times. I remained supportive and caring. It was before we were together. Okay. So this is before they even got married, right? She is a self-inflicted, damaged woman mate. It's got that Australian thing going. All for fame. It's actually sad. Okay. So that was that part of that conversation about Tate. So the thing is this. There's another section of this that I'm going to show you here in a bit. But so that right there, I sat on that for a while because it was Lauren, and of course I didn't know what the fuck was going on, quite honestly. But I wanted to know because I was already curious because the Tates had been put in a Romanian jail at that time. So that was interesting, number one. And it wasn't until I let's see, where did it go? There it is. I came across this picture, and it was actually sent to me by Aaron McCready. And this was Lauren on Timcast right around 2023. I think it was April or May of 2023. And this is Lauren with her wedding ring still on. And that's when Rollo Tomasi got a little spicy. And I made a comment on Twitter. I said, "Why is Lauren still wearing her wedding ring when she's been divorced for the last 8 months?" Which is exactly pretty much verbatim what Aaron had told me, right? Like, I don't understand why she's still wearing this. I go, well, it's to keep up appearances, right? Because she wanted everybody to believe that she was this God-fearing, good mom. No shenanigans, she's a victim of circumstance. People just hate her because she's a conservative. And the fact of the matter is, it's all bullshit. She was involved with Brittany Venti. She was involved with Chrissy Mayer. She was involved with all the people who decided that they were going to concoct some way to bring down Rollo Tomasi. And the reason they were like, why the fuck would they want to do that? Right. I kept thinking about this, and it was right around, I think it was June of 2023 was when she had her Come to Jesus video of her in the Canadian back, because she's in Canada, I think, in the Canadian backcountry or whatever it was, and then coming clean about the fact that she had actually been divorced, and that she had to cop to the fact that she had been trying to keep up appearances. And I'm sure she probably didn't like that because, as you guys have probably already figured out, she's very much psychotic, very much bipolar, and very much BPD, NPD, any of the cluster B, personality disorders. She's probably got one or two of those in some sort of, combination. I am not I have a degree in psychology, but I am in no way a clinical psychologist, so I cannot actually diagnose this, but a lot of that sort of makes a lot of sense to me. Anyways, so I decided that I was going to do a video about her and Destiny, because I had also received this from her ex, and this is about Destiny. Okay. So this Lauren uses people to get what she wants. She comes across as sincere about this, as she doesn't realize she's doing it. Basically, once your utility is done, she just forgets about you. That's why she has very few friends and struggles to maintain relationships with people of any kind. Destiny was her ticket to getting back into the YouTuber game as a somewhat reformed alt-righter, in my opinion. I had received information that they were hanging out a lot when, and boy were they, hanging out a lot when her U.S. travel ban was lifted. They then started sleeping with each other, as he is in some kind of relationship like that, as we know now, thanks to the Kiwi Farms leaks. Lauren then got pregnant, and it was a girl. Now, remember, that part right there. Let's read that again. Lauren then got pregnant, and it was a girl. Okay? They then just started formalizing the relationship, as I guess there is a kid involved. I don't know what happened to this child or anything moving forward since, however, have since been told she is seeing Tim Pool, and which I don't think that's the thing, but who knows? And he has given her a job or something, and I think that was right around the time when Tim and Lauren Chen were starting Tenet Media. So, and I know that Lauren had done a documentary, an anti-red pill, anti-manosphere documentary with good old Alex from Date Psych. Remember that one? Of course you don't, because it was taken down because Tenet Media was funded by that Russian blood money, or that political money, right? And even if it wasn't, that's the story. Put it this way: Tenet Media didn't come back. Tenet Media, Lauren Chen is still not in charge of it anymore. It's gone. The channel is gone. And hopefully we'll all forget about it at some point. But the fact remains, Lauren then got pregnant, and it was a girl. That right there was something that I broadcast. I put on one of the, okay, maybe not so cleverly, I titled the show Destiny's Child. And this was when you got to remember, this is like May of 2023. And this was when the relationship between Lauren and Destiny was, well, according to Chud Logic, the worst kept secret in that sphere, whatever you wanted to call that. But I was just relating what I had been. And by the way, all of the stuff that I'm once again putting on my show for the fourth time, I was given permission by Aaron McCready to broadcast this, so I'm not throwing anybody under the bus. I had permission then, I got permission now. So I put that out there, and of course that was when the collusion began. And I don't know if I could play you the video of maybe I will play the video of Andrew Wilson. Andrew Wilson was an investigative journalist during all of this. And you want to know why I will never throw Andrew under the bus or have anything but good things to say about Andrew, because he was one of the few guys that really had my back during that time. He dug up a lot of stuff about Lauren and Brittany and Chrissy Mayer, oddly enough, because actually Chrissy was somebody who I actually kind of thought was pretty cool at that time. And I realized she was basically setting me up for this whole thing, because I didn't realize how tight she was with all this cabal. Let me see if I can find that for you guys real quick. It was a video that we had Andrew Wilson on, Access Vegas. We had him on the show, and let's see if I can find it. Let's see. Oh, it's Michael Sartain and Andrew Wilson. I think it was on Mike's show. Sure. Is it a live thing? I think it might have been. No, we were recording it. Let's see. Shouldn't be too hard to find. It was one of his best watched videos. It was one of our best watched videos, I think. Let's see. So anyways, Andrew went into great detail on Oh, there we go. Okay. Let's see. Because there's all these. Sorry, I got to sort through these clips now. Andrew Wilson. You know what's funny is I just saw that. I just saw the video of Wes Watson. Wes Watson is being arraigned and is going to jail. Just so we all know. Okay, here it goes. Andrew Wilson versus Destiny. The full story behind the clash. This was the whole thing there. All right. Hold on a second. Let me mute this so she can go through her rigmarole. And this was the full story here. Okay, here we go. Should I put the, yeah, it's okay. All right, here we go. Oh, shut up, please. $27 ebook in 2 minutes. Nobody does that. Okay, here we go. I didn't have this queued up. Probably should have had this queued up. I don't know if I was going to do this or not today, but I am. Here we go. Okay, so this is Andrew Wilson, and he was explaining the whole thing that went on in 2023 right here, just so you guys can get an idea. There we go. And let's see if I can put that. There you go. All right, good enough.
You having some racist Twitter account.
Yeah.
People still can't go back and say, okay, unequivocally, this was proven to be right. Clearly, this whole thing was a smokescreen to throw at Rollo because he was on to something. And it was realistically, her husband came to you. It was like, you know, you weren't Inspector Gadget here. But like the point, and you were defending him for this. And my point is, like, when you talk about being a victim, it's like on the one hand, you want to be this tough person, and the other hand, you can't be a victim. Rollo wasn't asking people to feel sorry for him. He was just straight up saying, hey, this is what the truth is. And nobody was there to hear it. But yeah, what were you saying about it? It was even worse than that.
Well, that was part of that op.
Yeah,
was the framing. You
Yeah,
have to understand.
I'm glad you called it an op.
That was part of the op, was the framing. I will take you, if you guys want to hear what I think happened from the beginning, please. Let me try to outline it as best I can. I wasn't prepared for this, but I'll try my best.
Yeah.
So I had been hearing, I want to say this was a couple of years ago. I had been hearing through Twitch politics, which was a thing I was involved in that you guys were not. Okay. Twitch politics worked like this at the time. Destiny and Hassan Piker set the narrative, but mostly Destiny set the narrative for the day. All the orbiters from Twitch politics would repeat his narrative. And what they were trying to do is siphon off portions of his audience on Twitch to come and listen to their takes about whatever genius thing he was saying. So if Destiny said, if condoms slip off, it's not rape, right? Then everybody on Twitch politics is having debates about whether or not if condoms slip off, it's this, to try to incentivize DGG. And that's shorthand for Destiny's community. That's called DGG. Vosh's community is called VGG. The reason they call it DGG, VGG is because DGG is the short form for his website. Okay. It's .gg, and it's totally free for a person to make a .gg. He's destiny.gg. Vosh is vosh.gg. And there's multiple of these. So when we say DGG going forward here in the conversation, you'll know that I'm referencing that community. Okay. Now, DGG had been, kind of on the low side, discussing that there was an affair between Destiny and a high-level conservative influencer. Okay. Now, the Crucible had gotten wind of it because we've infiltrated every leftist Discord and leftist Telegram that we possibly could. And even at that time, I was ingratiating myself into it so that I could stay as informed as possible to wreck these degenerate acts. So we'd been hearing about this, right? And there was some who knew then that this was going on. Okay. Many of his inner circle knew that he was boning Lauren Southern. It wasn't just Chud Logic. There was other people who was in his inner circle who knew it as well. And they basically were outright saying it. You know, they were basically, without saying it, they were saying it. And they thought it was a big funny joke, right? Like, oh, haha, you stupid simp conservatives are going on here while Lauren's and saying Lauren is so beautiful and you're so based. And she's the Coomer gremlin. They couldn't believe it. So anyway, I had asked Destiny in a famous debate now. I just point blank asked him, I said, are you fucking Lauren Southern?
Was this on PWF?
Yeah.
I was there. I think I was one of the panelists. Yeah.
Lauren Southern, and the man you saw, not so erudite, who who knew, they all knew that this was going on, right? All start freaking out. How dare you, this and that, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, look, right? With any other chick at any other time, if I asked Destiny this question, he'd be like, yeah, sure. Right? She wouldn't care. This one time you're going to get morally out. Get the out of here, right? So we knew at the time he was boning Lauren Southern. Now, Southern at this time, now she hates my guts, right? She really hates my guts. It hurts. She's going back and forth with Rachel and DMs and like this. And she comes out with this big video expose about how she moved to Canada to fight off all the bears in this small community because that's all that was left to her, and how she had to boil her own water and she was a boss babe broad, right? And Rachel's like, you're full of shit, lady. While this was going on, there was a conspiracy which was being collaborated between DGG, Destiny, Brittany Venti, Lauren Southern, and other mean girls actually who were involved in this that you may not know. I've always thought that Hillary Crowder was a part of this, and other women were a part of this as well because they're all part of this mean girls clique. They have telegrams, Instagrams, things like this, where they're in a large message thread. Pearl Davis has infiltrated them. I have many of the messages. Okay. So while this is going on, they were trying to do this. What happened in reality is this woman's ex-husband did actually get a hold of Rolo. That was real, okay, was discussing these things with him, okay. She got wind that was going on is what happened. And in order to cover up this affair, right, she basically framed him. She framed Rolo, and Destiny knew it, and they had it all planned to enhance it as much as possible. So the idea was Venti began to send fake emails, right, as Rolo's just trying to answer the questions, get at the information, you know what I mean? And they had an op, and the op was to destroy Rollo Tomasi, primarily not because Lauren Southern didn't like him or Destiny didn't like him. Venti didn't like him. And Venti was good friends with Lauren Southern. And Lauren Southern was Destiny, so she had that resource, right? And she had the leftist resource. So it was on op by Venti. Another woman who was involved in it was Chrissy Mayer, right, who was best friends with Venti at the time. Now, you'll note that Chrissy Mayer has a huge back catalog of people that Venti has gone after. Almost any woman who goes on who she likes, Venti tries to destroy, right? Mm-hmm. So all of these women were in this Mean Girls clique, right? Cat Canada, all of them. They're all in this Mean Girls clique. Another one be Tree of Logic, another one that hates Rolo. I guarantee you that at some capacity she was involved in this as well. But it was definitely an op. Meaning, and here's what I mean by op. I'll be very clear and concise with my language, just in case any DGGers or Destiny or whoever tries to pick this out later. It's a coalition of conspirators who are using back channels to communicate to each other for the purposes of hurting somebody's credibility.
Yeah.
Okay. Hurting somebody's credibility or in some way embarrassing them or something like this. And they're doing it in a conspiratorial way.
Yeah.
Now, all a conspiracy is a collaboration, loose collaboration or tight collaboration of people who are all moving towards the same goal. In this case, the goal is always illicit, or it's not conspiratorial, right? The illicit goal was to discredit and destroy Rollo Tomasi. And it was very clear that was going on. Now, I was at the forefront saying, you're stupid. This is ridiculous. You guys are out of control. Who falls for this op? And we basically got a lot of it uncovered, right?
Yeah.
But the thing is why weren't the tradcons there wrecking these liberal scumbags who are talking? Well, here's why. Because Lauren Southern was one of them. And at this time, it's still to this day, most trad conservatives have no idea that Southern was Destiny.
Yeah.
For a long time. And cheating on her husband. I believe.
And like I was gonna say, also she was just psychotically borderline personality disorder.
She was wearing her wedding ring while and saying she was married live on stream while she was behind the scenes screwing Destiny.
So here's the thing that I find most ironic about this, because I've had several conversations with Steven, Destiny, and if he had come out and said, yeah, I'm screwing this conservative, but no one, we would all been like, high five, bro, good job. Like,
do you know why he didn't? I'll tell you
why.
Well, at the time,
it was Melina, right?
Yeah, at the time he was thinking about leaving Melina for her. Like, this has now come out since, right? And this is my rudimentary understanding, is that he was having marital issues. Go figure, open relationship, right? He's having marital issues, and he was thinking about a serious and significant relationship with her. Melina has come out and said that Destiny was basically involved in an emotional affair with another woman.
Yeah.
It wasn't just about sex. And the reference there is to Lauren Southern. So the reason that he was keeping that under wraps is because he was going through, what later became a divorce, and at the time was trying to be a quiet separation. So all of this, though, was an op in order to shut Rollo up, because Rollo was talking about the fact
I was getting too close to the truth.
Hey,
Yeah.
Southern's fucking him. The whole her wearing a wedding ring thing is not true. There's a big LARP going on here, and that was hurting her credibility. They wanted to shut him up, so they pulled the op.
One more time. Lauren Southern's husband came to you. Yeah. You didn't wake up one morning and say, how do I destroy Lauren Southern?
Correct.
And by the way, let me say this for the second time. Finding out that Destiny was banging Lauren Southern doesn't hurt Destiny at all. So that's why I was so confused why he was willing to go to the lengths he was to try to destroy you.
I think it's because I was getting too close. I didn't even know I was. I was getting too close to a truth or a secret that they wanted to keep under wraps at that time, because if I come out there and if I go and I did later on made public the exchanges I had with her ex-husband. Her ex-husband came to me in the December of 2022 and just was asking me about legal issues, because he was in Australia and their kids were in Canada, and he was trying to find a lawyer or somebody who would, he came to me because he thought that I was sort of an MRA or something like that, and we ended up having some really good conversations as a result of that. And through that, I find out about her history with Tate. I find out about her history with Destiny, that there was still haven't had any confession of this, but there was a pregnancy between Destiny and her. Whether that was if that a real actual abortion took place, I don't know that they did, but according to her ex-husband, there was a child involved. If it came out that Destiny impregnated Lauren Southern and she aborted it, that is a real hit to her brand. That's a real hit to her conservative brand.
No, I mean, the brand's destroyed.
Yo, it is now, but back then it was.
Well, her and the Mean Girls Club dissolved shortly after it was finally confirmed that this was going on while she was wearing her wedding band.
Yeah.
And I think, and now maybe I'm getting the timeline here wrong, but I don't think I am. I think that she was actually still married while she was sleeping with Destiny.
Well, she left. She had what I did was she was because she was frequently on Tim Pool, and somebody had sent me a picture of her with her wedding ring on Tim Pool, and was like, "Isn't she divorced?" And I'm like, "Yeah." Well, so I tweeted out, "Why is Lauren still wearing her wedding ring? She's been divorced for 8 months, right?" And I didn't know what I was stepping in, the minefield I was stepping into by just doing that one tweet, but apparently that was enough to sort of trigger.
Well, these are well known. This is a well known tactic throughout the Twitchosphere. They're called gay ops. And the reason they call them gay ops is because it used to be that they would spread rumors that conservative, pundits were gay.
Yeah.
Right. That was the big one. Now it's pedo jacketing, right? The idea, and the pedo jacketing is really funny now because it's gone into like he was sleeping with a 21-year-old when he was 30. And it's like, now it just doesn't have the same effect. You know what I mean?
And now we find out Destiny's been sleeping with the 17-year-old.
But even if it's the case, it's like, it's really hard to get rational people when you're like, yeah, she's 21 and he's 30, to be like anything other than so. It's like, so what? Nobody gives a shit, right? That's clearly not a pedo, So that's really funny, but that's what they're known as, gay ops. And that's what this was. It was an op. It was designed specifically to destroy the credibility. And the reason why it was going on is because at this time they were trying to maneuver into a potential relationship, but Destiny was married. So was she. Okay. So because of that, now Destiny, I guess to his credit, he was in an open relationship, so he could just kind of do that. But she didn't seem to like the emotional aspect of the affair, which is what happens.
She made mention of that when they were on Lex Friedman too.
Yeah, she didn't like it. And then on the flip side to that, you have Southern, who's trying to convey to her conservative audience that she's still married, right? She's wearing the ring and this and that. It's a dark secret which would kind of destroy the credibility of both in a way, but just less so for Destiny. When you're a Coomer, what do you care, right? But for her, it would have been disastrous. So it was always going to come out, but with Rollo, they were teaching him a lesson, right? We're going to teach you a lesson. If you know too much about the sisterhood and what's going on here, right, we're going to come for you. I had the same hit piece. I had hit piece.
All right. I think that's probably about as far as I need to go with that one. Just to, oops, where did it go? There we are. just to clarify things about that Lex Friedman comment, this was actually part of that. The Swedish streamer that says X Molina says, I probably have more opinions on like who he hangs out with because he likes the fucking psychos. He likes the crazy ones, like the baby trap sort of women. That's the ones. And I don't understand that because that affects me. That was one. Here's the other one from the Lex Friedman show. He likes the baby traps sort of women. Destiny and his wife, Melina, discuss about their open relationship with the MIT research scientist, Lex Friedman. Again, let's see, December 16th, 2022. This is before any of this happened. Look at timestamp it. There it is right there. December 16th, 2022. This is before any of this happened. That was the conversation they were having on the Lex Friedman show. So, Rachel Wilson, hopefully, God, please, I pray that you're watching this. Lay this on her, right? Because this is
guilty as hell, because I know I have contemporary medical evidence and text message evidence that I could give to the courts, but I don't want to deal with the online shitstorm that's going to come from that. I'm literally the girl who built her career on, I'm not a feminist, all these women are lying.
No, you built your career on psychosis is what you built your career.
So I sit on this evidence for years and years and years, and eventually, after various kind of career incidents, including the Tenet media scandal, my text messages with Steven being released, all this kind of stuff, I'm like, why am I sitting here on this pile of lies that I'm telling that make me miserable? I need to just tell the truth about all of it.
Okay, great. Why don't you tell the truth about all of it? Why don't you tell the truth about the collusion and the op that you ran on me? Why not? Why not come out with that one, man? I'll tell you, if it's in her her book, like her tell-all book, that will bypass me. I haven't seen it. Was there a child involved in all this? I ask again, right? Where did it go? There it is. I know they were hanging out a lot when her U.S. travel ban was lifted. Then they started sleeping with each other as he is in some kind of relationship like that. Lauren then got pregnant, and it was a girl. They then started formalizing the relationship as I guess there is a kid involved. Okay, so what does Lauren Southern do? There you go. What was the op that she concocted? Well, she created this set of let's say this paperwork right here. This is an admittance form that was, according to her, was downloaded from some pregnancy center or something like that in British Columbia, I think. And this was the ultrasound fetal monitoring admissions form. And according to her, it has been doctored extensively by somebody who knows Photoshop very, very well. And you got to remember, I had all of this. This was sent to me anonymously. I was an idiot for believing that it might not have been actually Lauren Southern. But the thing is it seems so far beyond the pale that, well, and by the way, let me also explain something else to you. My wife has been in medical imaging for 25, 30 years at this point. And I showed this document to her. I said, does this look legit? Because my wife was a CT tech and an X-ray tech for all of her career. Right? And she says, I don't know what Canada's, forms look like, but she said this like that. You could see the medical numbers. You could see the patient number and everything else. So they've been doctored pretty believably. And we even ran it by one of her old friends who still works up we were in Reno at the time. So, we ran it to a chick that she knows in an ultrasound MRI tech. And they even said that, yeah, looks legit, but don't put it on the internet. Don't put that out there because that would here's the thing is this was a very complex, very well developed collusion is what this was. This wasn't a troll. And that was the first thing anybody said was, it's a troll. Ha ha, old person. Ha ha, boomer. We got you. You're just an idiot, right? Anybody could have seen that this was faked. I'm like, really? because it got past two people who are actually medical professionals who said that it looked legit. And then on top of that, like, why go to all that trouble? Why, if you're going to troll me, why not do it with like something else? Why not troll me with something that's like that's going to really be embarrassing, right? But see, the thing is they didn't think it through. So they create this. Apparently, those documents were fake. They're forged. Essentially, she committed a crime. I don't know about Canada, but in the U.S., that would be forging medical documents, which would be a federal offense, actually. But the thing is I wasn't about to put them out. I wasn't going to make them public. I can't now because they're fakes, right? But I wasn't about to produce those because I wasn't going to have YouTube take my channel down for putting out or for broadcasting medical documents, right? That's if there's a definition for doxing, that's probably it. Right? I mean, it's an OSHA, it's a HIPAA violation, right? In the United States it would have been. It's making public private medical documents. And I wasn't about to do that. I wouldn't have done it anyways because I didn't want to lose my freaking channel, right? So I'm sitting on them and I knew, it was like, I know something. I know what's going on. I believe it seemed believable, especially when her ex-husband had said there's a child involved and it was a girl. So did she give birth to the child? Was it, I don't know. I still don't know to this day. I don't know whether that part of the whole thing was true or it wasn't true. But it was true enough, or it made them scared enough that they had to find some way to discredit me on that particular part of the exchange with Aaron McCready. Just that one. They didn't like when Andrew Wilson was hitting up Destiny and Not So Erudite. By the way, yes, there is a connection between Not So Erudite and Alex from Date Psych, and by the way, Will Costello too. I'll give more on that later. But as you know, Not So Erudite is attached at the hip to Destiny. But the fact of the matter is, they all knew, and now we know that they all knew. She knows she got no other choice but to come clean. Yes, I was seeing Destiny. I was fucking Destiny. Great. Okay. So we've already confirmed that aspect of what your ex-husband told me. Now, is this part true? Did you actually get pregnant? Because if that's the case, end of career. Oh, you had an abortion. Maybe. Did you give the child up for adoption? Maybe she still has a kid. Who knows? Maybe Destiny actually has another kid somewhere. But the thing is I was getting too close to the truth, as I was saying in that interview, or that back and forth with Andrew Wilson. I got too close to the truth. I didn't realize I was. I didn't know. Like I said, I stepped on a mine. I was entering a minefield, and I didn't know how serious it actually was, to the point where they essentially wanted to eliminate me, like put me in prison, kind of thing. And I remember during that time, Destiny decided he was going to say, "Hey, if you have all these documents, I'll give you $10,000 to prove that you actually have these." Right? He kept literally, that was what he was throwing at me on Twitter at that time, which I wasn't about to do because it seemed like bait, right? And then on top of that, I wasn't going to lose my you're going to pay me $10,000, get the fuck out of here. But that's what he wanted me to do. What they wanted me to do was make them public, so A, they could get my YouTube channel taken down, and then B, so they could publicly humiliate me. And I didn't do anything. I sat on it. And so they decided, oddly enough, on the first week of August of 2023, and the reason I know that it was the first week is because it was right at the same time that my daughter was getting married. And I had gone through, remember, I'm planning a wedding for most of this year. And it's a lot of stress, and it's a lot of people, and it's a lot of families, and it's a lot of coordination. It's a lot of logistics. And literally the week of my daughter's wedding, that's when all this fucking went down. So yeah, sorry if it's a little raw, but fuck you, Lauren Southern, and fuck you, Destiny, and fuck you, Brittany Venti. Especially now that all of this has vindicated everything I said back in the day. And if I got to do it again, I'm going to do it again. But Lauren Southern going down there and trying to, have a pity party with Tim Pool and Lisa and Phil and everything else. It's like they don't know this. I mean, Phil doesn't know this. Maybe he'll see this and he'll go, "Oh fuck, I had no idea." But the fact of the matter is like there's this level of collusion. It's not a fucking troll when you've got Chrissy Mayer, you've got Brittany Venti, you've got Lauren Southern of all people in this. Destiny's involved in this. Whoever was doing the doctoring of the Photoshop for the forged documents. Essentially, what they wanted me to believe is that somebody anonymously sent me these documents to say that, oh, she actually did this, and then they wanted to go, haha, no, these are actually, we fooled you. And they wanted to, in some way, discredit me. And what's funny to me is like, but it's just about that one thing. It's just about the baby. And remember, this is also before Melina had divorced or had filed for divorce from Destiny. So they're still married at this time. And I'm fairly certain that the reason why I was stepping into a minefield is because Destiny didn't want me to in any way cast any doubt on Melina's estimate of him. Because remember, back in December 16th, Lex Friedman, 2022, she was worried that he was going for the crazy, where is it? Here it goes. He likes the baby trap sort of women. Why would she say that? Why would that? And by the way, it's mentioned twice. Here's another one. I probably have more opinions on who he hangs out with because he likes the fucking psychos. You mean like Lauren? He likes the crazy ones, like the baby trap sort of women. That's the ones, and I don't understand that because that affects me. Guess what? When I go and I cast doubt on that, or I say there's some kind of child, like why would the baby trap? Why would that be something specifically that Melina would mention to Lex Friedman before my name's even in their mouths? Why? Because Lauren and Destiny were fucking each other. That's why. So, Rachel Wilson, anybody who gives this bitch oxygen from here on out, all I ask, I beg you, I pray to the Lord in heaven on high. Ask her those point fucking blank. Ask her, was there a child between you and Destiny? Did you abort that child? What happened to that child? Was it a girl, according to Aaron McCready? What was it? Because that will be the final nail in her coffin. If we can do that. If you guys, like, a lot of people are focusing on the Andrew Tate grape allegations, right? Which I'm inclined to believe. Sorry, I mean, that was related to me. She's not, I think she's probably being at least somewhat honest. She's just trying to tell it on her side, right? She's just trying to put herself in the best possible light. But the fact of the matter is she was there. And I should also, and the reason why I said 2018, remember that date? When did Michaela Peterson go and visit Tate? While her father was in a Russian rehab for benzodiazepine in an induced coma for benzodiazepine addiction. I asked her that question. I think she said it was 2018 or 2019. It sounds an awful lot like what Lauren is describing as sort of like the reasons why she went there. Well, I went there to go talk to him about business, as in funding. I guess the funding never came through for that documentary, but she got something else in the bargain. According to Tommy Robinson, she was very much in love with Tate, and it wasn't a according to him, I don't know. Maybe there was another guy that was part of her film crew who corroborated this as well. Again, this is just third party. I can't confirm or deny any of this stuff, but apparently she was very much in love with Tate to the point where she went there by herself. How do we know that? Well, we know that because that's what her husband had said, or ex-husband. Her and Tommy Robbins approached Andrew Tate to contribute money to an alt-right documentary. They went there and saw him personally in Romania. Lauren was attracted to Tate and visited him a few times and started making out and hanging out with him during the trip. She went back alone another time to secure money for the project. She got very drunk and she was on her stomach on his bed, and you know the rest. Okay. That was the second trip. I don't think she's including that in this. Maybe she is. I don't know. Let's see. Hold on a second.
join the court cases, take a step back from media and get my head back in order, because I think all of this is kind of built on bullshit. But it's not even about me. Like, to me, I don't care if people are sympathetic with me. You can hate me, love me, don't care anymore. There are 40 plus women that are victims that needed my evidence, that needed my testimony out there, and I'm happy to help them.
Yeah, except according to your, well, Tommy Robbins and your ex-husband, you went there voluntarily because you were all about it. So what is it? Were you there because you wanted to be there? Because according to Tommy Robbins, I mean, that's the thing right there. Went back alone another time to secure the money for the project. She got very drunk and she was on her stomach on his bed and he got on top of her. The rest is history. I'm not saying it didn't go down. It probably did, but she decided to go out there on her own volition. So let's just call a spade at this point, okay? That's that. Sorry, let me put that back. So there you go. That's the story of Lauren Southern. Again, it's more bullshit. It's more lies. It's more crap. Let's see. Okay. Oh, Mike finally got back to me. There we go. Oh, he was answering another question. What time is it? Is it time to be interrupted by Mike Sartain? Yes, it is. Yeah. So there you go. Yeah, she knows it won't. Yeah, you're 100% right. She knows her story won't hold up under scrutiny. It won't. I ain't gonna let it. I'll tell you right now, if I can in any way screw her up in all of this, I will be the first one in line to do it. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. You need any corroboration on my part. You know, I'll tell you what, Lauren, I'll leave it all alone if you confess to the fact that you had a kid with Destiny. There you go. Those are your choices here. Yes, she is a degenerate pig. Thank you very much. Let's go. Let's catch up here. LS created the manosphere, Rolo. You wouldn't be around if it wasn't for her. Yes, you're right, Lauren. So you are correct. Lauren Southern actually did. And Al Gore created the internet. You're correct, sir. Thank you very much. Here's your no prize. All hell. Wait. I don't have my right. Wait, do I? There it is. I do have it on this. Thank you, Sir Jason. I am feeling much better now that I've gotten all that off of my chest. Sorry, but I kind of had to play that video so you guys could understand and appreciate what's going on with Lauren Southern. Hopefully because people need a refresher, man. They need a refresher. It's funny because that video with Andrew Wilson, I want to say, gosh, it was last summer almost. Almost a year since that was around. When did this broadcast? Goodness, 7 months ago. Okay, so almost a year ago. 7 months ago was when we had Andrew Wilson on the show. And like I said, he's got my undying respect. So let's see. Oh, here we go. Man, God, swallow Tomasi, don't get no hoes. You're right, I don't. I really don't. There you go.
Like, man, Rolla Tomasi don't get no hoes, man.
She's a Gemini with a knob, and yes, you're correct.
Have you ever had a dream that you
Yeah, there you go. That's as close to like astrology as I get. Fragmented conflict of duality, abusing substances, and fragmented conflict of duality. Abusing substances. You could have just stopped at abusing substances. And wanting to be of social importance, she is hollow and has no sense of identity and grasping at the identity of others because she's psychotic. Can we just I appreciate you, bro. Thank you for the diagnosis and the DSM manual and everything. But can a bitch just be crazy? She's just crazy. Okay, she's just crazy. That's all it is.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Can a bitch just be crazy? She's just crazy. Let's see. Rollo has all the receipts. Yes, I do. I do now. I got one more receipt. I've been wondering if I should actually show you this one. It's kind of disgusting. Now everybody's curious. These people are trying to discredit him in court, the court of public opinion. What's funny to me is like, yes, the thing about the court of public opinion is it only lasts for about 1 week. And then nobody cares. Or they've formed their opinion and they move on to the next thing. Hey, aren't you the guy, Brittany Finney, blah, blah. No, she's full of shit. So is Lauren Southern. So is Destiny. So is Not So Erudite, by the way, who also decided that I had a racist secret alt Twitter account. Remember that? I do. That was 2023 was the faked, forged medical documents and the Brittany Venti faked email documents. And then 2023, 2024 was Rolo is a secret closet racist and he's got some alt racist account. That, and by the way, you could still go on YouTube, type that in, and all those YouTube videos that were complete utter horseshit are still there. And people still Tree of Logic and all the rest of you dumb fucks. You know who I'm talking about. O'Shea Duke Jackson. You know who I'm talking about. Yeah, all that bullshit. I'm still waiting for my apology. Remember, oh God, remember when these people are probably, liberal PACs, political action committees. You mean like what do you mean? Like Progressive Victory, who bought all of they're basically sock puppets for all of them. Boy, that's a whole, man, these guys are just a fucking piece of work, man. Every last one of these guys, just a fucking piece of work, man. And let me also explain something to you. And you know, I understand this is Andrew Wilson's, the Wilson family's bread and butter. I get it. Okay. But like when Myron Gaines is doing more interviews with Destiny or talk, even just giving these guys any kind of oxygen right now, what are you doing? You know, he's a liar. I mean, unless you're going to bring him on the show and say, did you bullshit? Were you full of shit in 2023? Like, unless you're like grilling them right there. Why are we even like giving these people oxygen? We know they're political ops. We know that they were paid by the Progressive Victory and the DNC. Somebody in the chat mentioned that they reported me, which I don't think is necessarily true, but they reported me to the DHS and Diverting Hate, right? The NGO that like put us all on the blacklist. I can either confirm or deny that because I don't know any different, but it wouldn't surprise me because you got to remember that all these people are fucking inbred, right? Every last one of them are inbred. I got another thing. Let me grab the rest of these real quick. Grippy socks, grippy box. Whoa, hold on. Rolo is a victim of the Spurg army of Destiny warrior window lickers. Yes, the short bus riders. You're Morpheus trying to educate us, Neo, about the future, the nature of the Matrix. Thank you. They are garbage people. They are garbage people. Yes. Happy to see you vindicated. Yeah. Well, the thing is I've been vindicated for well over a year now. More than that. Gosh, almost 2 years now. Like when the Kiwi Farms leaks came out, that was in the fall of 2024. Pretty sure. Yeah. So it's been almost like 2 years since all this is like everything just like the wheels came off for Destiny. And Lauren, of course, they don't care. They just move on to the next grift. They move on to the next bullshit. And you know what? Then you go and you see Lauren on Tim Pool and, basically, oh, poor me. No, fuck you. That's what you should. No, fuck you and get the fuck out of this studio. You have no business being anywhere. You want to impress me, Lauren? Go back to your kid. Like, who's watching your kid? You're in Las Vegas. Where's your kid? Where's your child? Gonna need a babysitter. Where's the baby? Who's watching the kid? Maybe Aaron finally got custody. I don't know. I hope so. That kid certainly doesn't belong with that psychotic bitch. I could tell you that. She's sucking down Chardonnay the whole time. She's halfway, she's ripped when she's on every fucking show. She's an alcoholic. She's borderline personality disorder, certainly NPD, narcissistic personality disorder. She might be schizophrenic. I don't know. She definitely has like a clinical, something's fucking wrong, man.
Stay away. Like, this is your instinct telling you to like walk on the other side of the street from her. Curious question. How did you meet Chrissy Mayer? And is it possible she set you up not to be on Friday Night Tights? Yeah. That's a definite possibility. I don't know enough about that crew to really make a call about that. Again, after all this shit went down, I didn't hear anything from, let's see, what's the Asian chick's name? X-Ray Girl. I didn't hear anything from, and I liked her. I gave her, she was into 40K. I gave her like a Space Marine model because I wanted, hey, we're both in the same shit, right? I like this stuff. We're both kind of closet nerds. Right? She and her friend, I can't remember her name. They were on Access Vegas. It was a great show, even. And then I liked Chrissy Mayer very much. I thought she was like a solid chick. You know, I watched some of her comedy. I thought she was all right. I knew that she was tight with the guys from Nerdrotic and everything. And they came down to do some live show in Vegas at Sticky Paws when Sticky Paws was still there. And I thought, hey, I'm just going to go down and meet her and maybe get a picture or something like that, you know, and just say hi. And it's just like, man, I walked in and everybody looked at me like I farted. Like they knew who I was. Every last one of these motherfuckers knew who I was when I walked in there, but they were just like, they were like fucking tight. I'm like, this is my fucking studio, asshole. Like we literally at that time, I think we were doing a show at least every other week, if not every week, because it was the summertime. And I'm like looking around going like, I knew that's when Travis and the rest of these guys and George and the other dudes that still work there. It's John Orlando's studio. He's the guy in the poker tournament with Tim. It's his studio. I go down there all the time, and they're just like closing the doors on me and everything else. They don't want me like anywhere near like, I don't know what the fuck that guy's name, like the king of Nerdrotic, whatever, isn't it? Like the guy with the beardrotic. And then later on, I find out that these guys are all tight with Brittany Venti because they all want to fuck Brittany Venti for some reason. And I'm like, okay, whatever, you know. And this is before I even knew like any of this shit was going down, right? This is before any of this happened, right? And I'm like, what the fuck? And then I realized Chrissy is actually not like, you know, not that cool. I guess she's in the Mean Girls Club, according to Andrew Wilson. I'm gonna call me an idiot, but I thought everything was cool. You know, I still like X-Ray Girl, that Star Wars girl chick too. I can't remember her name, but it's funny because there's like this. It's interesting to see like different like I'm used to the red pill, right? I'm used to that's my niche, right? The manosphere, that's my niche. I know a lot of people in this sphere. I know a lot. I know a lot of people who aren't in this sphere. I know a lot of people in the crypto sphere. I know a lot of people in the fitfluencers of fitness sphere. Right. There's a lot of crossover with the red pill. The nerd kind of sphere, like the Jeremy from the quartering kind of sphere, who I actually love listening to. I remember when the quartering was about opening up packs of Magic cards, Magic the Gathering. Yes, I listened to Jer back in 2017, 2018, when that's what I would literally have my iPhone and I have my headphones in and I'd be out like mowing the lawn or something, like I'm listening to him live and I'm going, this is cool. I remember when Jer went to, I think it was Gen Con or something, and somebody beat his ass at Gen Con. I'm like, oh fuck, I wish I was there because I would have beat that guy's ass for you. Right? I was pissed. And then like suddenly he turned into like, it's just this completely different animal. And if you know anything about Jared and all the shit that he's been going through, like I don't know if he got canceled or whatever, but the dude, I don't know, man, same kind of blue pill beta simp fuckery, right? All the shit that happened with Jeremy from the quartering, and now Jeremy and Venti and Lauren Southern, and it's like this big, just inbred clusterfuck of these nerds. And I like nerds. Fuck, that's my home culture. I love nerds and metal, dude. I'm there. I'm there for you. Got your back. But fuck, man. Like, I never have I experienced like that kind of like I said, I walked in the room like I farted or something. Was it me? You know, like, what's going on here? She lied about Milo and Night. Yeah, but here's the thing is there is a Milo. I should look it up. I think I still have it in my Twitter bookmarks. Paul Joseph Watson. That's who it was. It was Paul Joseph Watson. She banged Paul Joseph Watson, Lauren Southern. And that was what she was worried about, according to her ex-husband, for being blackmailed by, right? And the reason why is because Milo, just like a year ago, I think, produced this picture of like some sort of bracelet or some kind of jewelry that she left at Paul Joseph Watson's place after she fucked him. And I think she was worried that Milo was going to go public with that. He never did back then, but he did just recently. I think it was 2025 is when she decided to flame out. That's when he went on attack. So Paul Joseph Watson is who it was, who, by the way, also has ties with Tate, right? That's who it was. And so you got Paul Joseph Watson, you got Tommy Robbins, you got Andrew Tate, you got Destiny. And by the way, the only woman in the history of the universe who could make Eskimo brothers of all those people is Lauren Southern. Destiny and Andrew Tate are now Eskimo brothers, courtesy of Lauren Southern. I don't know if she did Tristan Tate. I'm not sure. I don't think that happened. Honestly, I think Tristan has a little more class than that. I have zero sympathy for Jeremy Boring, who gave the most whitewashing interview of Southern. Of course he did, because they're trying to bring her back into the fold. She's in their ecosystem still. In the, for lack of, I know it's not just the Daily Wire, because he's gone from the Daily Wire. You don't have to remind me. I didn't know it was Daily Wire. I know. But they're trying to bring her back into that ecosystem, that conservative ecosystem, which I dare say that like Matt Walsh is kind of growing tired of right now. It could be. I'm not sure. Who was trying to get in touch with me now? Are you people? Oh, Jason and Aaron Clary are together. Oh, Jason Hartman and Aaron Clary are hanging out together. What are you guys doing? Oh, okay. Why does everybody decide to like text me when it's my show? You know my show is at 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern on every Sunday. Sheesh. The only one who's allowed to text me is Sam Bada. Nobody else gets to text me. Yeah. Okay. So she lied about Milo's 2019 expose. Yeah. Wasn't that? No. I'm trying to remember the timeline here. I think Milo, by the way, would have been included in that same ecosystem had it not been for the fact that he was homosexual, and then he was homosexual. He's not anymore. But then all that stuff came out about him being underage and getting with an older guy or something like that. And the conservatives of that time didn't want to have anything, like that was it. They didn't want to have anything to do with him, and they basically kicked him out of that ecosystem. Did she lie about him then? I thought it was before that. Maybe I'm wrong about the timeline. I could be wrong about the timeline. Damn, that sucks. FNT. Oh, Friday Night Tights. And you are kind of fighting the same fight against gynecological. I know. That's why I wanted to go. I didn't expect to be on the show. I just wanted to go and poke my head and say, hey, guys, love your show. That's fine. It's not, I was trying to get, like, there was no place to sit down at the table anyways. It was and by the way, the same studio that we shoot Access Vegas in was where they were at, right? They should be allies. Yeah, I agree. It's just, but see, that's it though. You're right. You're 100% right. And you know what fucked it up? Brittany Venny fucked it up. Lauren Southern fucked it up. Destiny fucked it up. And that's the thing is like, I'm about like networks. I'm about helping people out. Like connect, like if I can connect somebody with someone else and they can form a partnership and make some money at it, or you broadcast a good message louder as a result, please, I'll be happy to put you guys together. You know how many people that I've like set up, like, let's see, Monica Almaguer, like, who I just did an interview with, right? I set her up with Mike. I set her up with Sterling Cooper, right? Coral Osborne. I'll set her up with Sterling Cooper. She wants to go and interview Justin Waller. I'm trying to set that up for August, right? You're just cool. I like you. I'll do it. I'll help you out, right? I'm not trying to fuck anybody over. I'm trying to help you can go do something fun, right? Or have a good conversation. Maybe I get something out of it because you guys have a conversation and some topic comes up that I never thought about. I'm good with that. But for fuck's sake, man, all that gets thrown out the window when some dumb autistic cunt decides to be somebody that a nerd wants to bang. Jeremy, Friday Night Tights got what Nerdrotic. I don't know the dude's name. But it doesn't have to be that way. That's just it. It's like I'm not trying to jack anybody around. I'm not like that's just it kills me, man. What kills me is missed potential and missed network and missed like connections. It just and for the stupidest fucking reasons, man. For the stupidest reasons. Right? Yeah. No, I did not connect Glenn with Pearl. Glenn decided to connect himself to Pearl. Remember, I will tell you right now, that whole thing that went down, that again, another thing that was another shitstorm, another clusterfuck I had to deal with at that same time was Glenn going behind my back to fuck around with Pearl. That's why. Oh, I'm not working with her. What, not even 6 months, like 4 months later. Oh, I'm her manager. It's just fucking, I'm done. I'm just going to go away. I'm just going to leave. You guys can go fucking connect yourselves, man. Like, I'm done. What do I get out of it? It's just me. I don't know. Maybe it's just my nature. I try to help people out, right? It's just, yeah. Milo is still in the closet. I don't know. What's funny is once you're gay, if you decide that, hey, you know what, I don't want to be gay anymore, I think I'm straight. No one. And you could be, here's the thing, you could be lesbian, or you could be like if you're a chick and you're into girls, hell, you could even be married to another chick and you go, you know what, it's not for me. Nobody goes, I don't believe it, you're still a lesbian. No, they're like, especially if you're a guy and you're getting with a woman who was a former lesbian, formerly bisexual, you're all about that. But if Milo says, you know what, I'm not really gay, I just kind of played gay because I thought it was, where I thought it would get me somewhere. No one believes him. I hate that too, because I want to, if Milo, you say you're not gay, you're not gay. Jack Murphy wrote The Way of Men, who I actually have a lot of respect for. I don't care if he's gay or not. I think he wrote he's written a lot of books. I think 2 of them are with The Way of Men and Becoming a Barbarian. Those 2 books, those are on my reading lists. You guys want to know what will be on my reading lists? Definitely Jack Murphy stuff, right? Not Jack Murphy. What are you talking about? Jack Donovan. Jack Donovan said Jack Murphy. Nothing on Jack Murphy would I ever recommend. But, Gary, is that what his name is? Yeah. Yeah, see what I mean? And so see the problem, like guys like that, guys who call their wife the boss. Hey, gotta check with the boss. Can I go to Vegas? No, I gotta check with the boss. Those are the guys that fall in love with chicks like Brittany Venti. Psychotic. Absolutely psychotic. Oh, and so speaking of which, so remember I was talking about connections here, and I'll get off of this topic here in just a second. I know I titled it about Lauren Southern. There's more to it than that, but I think I've covered this so off. I'm going to have so many people in the comments going, "Oh, bro, this is gossip. This isn't gossip. This actually watch the Andrew Wilson video that I just showed you a minute ago, and tell me that's gossip." It's not gossip when they're trying to literally have you put in jail. It's not gossip when they're playing the politics of personal destruction. It's not gossip anymore. That's when you want to fight me. I'll be happy to fucking fight. I'll bust you in the face, dude. No problem. You want to fight me? I'll be happy to fight you. In that respect, fuck yes, I will. I told Sean Kelly. I said I said, Sean, I know you get a lot of people in here because Sean's been interviewing a lot of people. He's trying to get some big names. He's putting his feelers out there these days. I could probably get him. He wanted to get Milo Yiannopoulos. I might see if Milo would do it. Because I think Milo has a place in Vegas too. But then he also he wanted to interview Robert Kiyosaki, which I can certainly make happen. And there's a few people on his list, but then I noticed that he wanted to interview Pearl Davis, which I think he already has. And then and Destiny and the rest of these guys and Nick Fuentes and And I told him, I said, dude, because I know he's trying to do the Jubilee thing where like they do the 10-on-1. Like they put one dude in the hot seat and they have like 10 people around, like fight. Great content, but not for me. Not always for me, anyways. I mean, I did Gary the Numbers guy, but I think we agreed. We just basically agreed on everything. But I told Sean, I said, there's some people that you should probably never put me in the same room with. And he goes, really? Who? And I go, well, Pearl's one, first off. And then I said, second of all, is Destiny. I said, if you put me in the same room as Destiny, I will do my best to physically harm that guy. If I could throw him off the balcony of a high building, I would do it. Just simply because that's just the fuckery that was perpetrated, right? Probably Lauren Southern, like when people were, because people know that I hate Lauren Southern. And so, of course, when I'm on the interview with Paul Elam and I'm there with Mike and we're trying to be very concise and like, although we weren't, we're trying to be like very focused on what we're talking about. I have all these people blowing up my text saying, Lauren's down at Origin. Get her. First of all, that's not me. And then second of all, it kind of could be me, but I couldn't get away. I couldn't do that. Yes, you're right. He will do anything for views. You are absolutely correct. But here's the thing. I know that. I know what I'm going in. I know what I'm getting into with Kelly. And yes, I do know what happened with Goobs is doing an expose or had done some sort of expose on Sean Michael Kelly. I get it. Goobs is the same guy that exposed Sadia Khan. I don't think there's as much there with Sean Kelly as Goobs would probably like everyone to believe. I know Sean inflates his numbers. But here's a funny thing is before the algorithm switched over on YouTube, I would have been like, see, right? Hell, I've accused Pearl Davis of inflating her numbers, which she probably has. But you know what? It doesn't matter now. YouTube doesn't. I've got these two plaques up here, my platinum plaques for over 100,000 subs for this channel and for my clips channel. And you know what? I might as well take those down because YouTube essentially says views don't matter or subscriptions don't matter. So if you paid for subscriptions because you thought people were going to think more of your channel, guess what? Makes no difference. It's a vanity metric, which is what we've been saying for a very long time. And now YouTube and the new algorithm have essentially confirmed that. So it doesn't matter. If you go and you buy subs, you buy views, you buy whatever, you can do that all day long. YouTube, well, I think YouTube cares about it, but I don't think they can really do much about it. So it's more about viral. It's about each video and the content of each video now, rather than I have 8 million subs. Who fucking cares? Because a guy with 5,000 subs can outclass you with one video. Because it's about each individual video now and not about the actual overall quality of that particular channel. Unless, of course, you're like Chris Williamson or Steve Bartlett or some shit like that. And even then, you'll notice, by the way, they're also changing their format. They're changing their content structure. Like when I showed you Matt Walsh's, when he's talking, he goes onto Reddit and he wants to give you advice, like you should dump that bitch, right? That's the pivot. That's the change. Now he's going over to the help thing. I'm going to go and react to this Reddit thread. Am I the asshole thread? That's basically what it is. People have been doing that for a long time, right? Was it Poor Man Podcast? That guy's been doing that kind. Well, he's been doing reactions forever. MTR been doing that for that content forever. John Deloney is ahead of the curve. Like he's been doing call-ins for pretty much his entire show has been call-ins, right? Dave Ramsey, he was imperfectly, and I don't like anything that guy has to say, but I got to respect the format, because it's easy, lazy content. The callers do the content for you. That's all that matters right now. You got to be a one-hit wonder. You can do a 90-minute podcast and take 4 calls, and each one of those calls then becomes a clip. Those clips have each 3 or 4 of those clips. All of those have the potential to go viral. So if you can do that, it's not going to be your main channel that does the work for you. It's going to be your clips that are taken from the main channel. So I have every expectation that my main channel is probably going to explode because I usually do that anyways. I've been paying Nick, my clips guy, forever to do exactly that. But now you'll see, like, even Chris Williamson will sit across the table with people. He's got what, Freya India over here, and he's got some other Avosite girl here, and then he's got Will Costello sitting across from him. Lately, he's had Rob Henderson, he's had Mac and Murphy, and to your credit, this was actually a pretty good. This is like the Super Friends here, and then he's got Steve Stewart Williams. I can hardly wait for that video to drop. He's already teasing it right now. It'll probably drop next week, but again, format switch. We get people at the table. We have a roundtable discussion now. Well, gee, you finally discovered that maybe that's a good idea instead of this one-on-one, because what happens with the interview type videos right now, those are dead. Nobody cares. Unless you're like interviewing like Matthew McConaughey or something like that. Nobody cares. I'll never go on Chris Williamson because it would just be me and him, and like, no one cares. But they do care if you get like a roundtable and you're talking about a topic that people are interested in. Then they'll get in that. But anyways, I think you're gonna see a lot of these guys who are like these sort of A-list podcasts, fluencers, are going to be changing over to reaction videos or reading Am I the Asshole from Reddit. They're going to be taking live calls and stuff like that, which is going to be really interesting if Matt Walsh ever takes a live call. He can't do live because he sucks at live, because he knows that if somebody gets in, he won't even do a live stream because he'd have to respond to super chats. Like Matt's a pussy in that respect. In fact, by the way, not just Matt. Chris Williamson's a pussy. Steve Bartlett is a pussy. Tom Bilyeu, pussy. I got more respect for John Deloney because he'll take live calls. I don't know if he has a live stream. Maybe he has a live stream. You want to know why I have a lot of respect for Jake Monroe? Live stream. The guy will sit there for like marathon live streams. Live streaming and like reacting to people. I got the chat going right here. Like reacting to you guys on the fly like that. You guys influence the direction of the show. This is your show as much as it is mine, right? These guys don't want to do that. They suck at live stream because they'd be put on the spot and they'd have to ask questions that they don't want to answer. It's inconvenient. It's uncomfortable for them. Like right now, here we go. Let's answer this one. One thing I've learned from you, the left and the right both respond differently, but both reject the truth. Thank you for what you do. You are welcome, my friend. In fact, you're going to get one of these just for that. Imagine these guys having to curate a soundboard. Imagine any of these guys having to like go and, Sideshow Bob, here we go. I want to give a special shout out to Effective Purpose, who, by the way, does live streams as well. More respect. Who gave an outstanding analysis, a modern Christian female perspective. Yeah, I'm picking up every like second or third show that he's doing. Whenever I see it, I will go and I'll go and watch them. Let's see. I got this last one. Here we go. Illicit substances, for example, were alleged by Milo, vehemently denied by her, and now a self-confirmed fixture of the arc she's now concocting. Okay, so she lied about the fact that she was doing illicit substances, and now in her expose, in her tell-all book, she's copying to it. Yes, because she's a pathological liar. She is a pathological personality. You want to know why she's so attracted to Destiny? Because he is a more dominant, more strong, pathological personality. When people ask me, like, they'll say, Rollo, I can't believe like Pixie and Jasmine Jafar and Farah and all the rest of these chicks, I can't believe they want to fuck him. Well, by the way, there's guys that want to fuck him too, but I can't believe they want to fuck him. That is he alpha? No, he's not. He's just a very strong, dominant, pathological personality. It's like a cult leader. He's not attractive. Who wants to fuck? But people have always that's always mystified people for the longest time. It's like, I can't believe people would follow somebody like this. Because he's a pathological personality, and pathological personalities attract other pathological personalities into their orbit. And so that's how you get that. Like David Koresh. David Koresh is like, nobody wants to fuck David Koresh. Look at that dude. Like if you see pictures of him before they killed him. Who's going to, but what was funny is like, there were like guys who were married, like they would offer their wives up to David Koresh and the chicks fucked him. Wow. Are you kidding? Look at him. the same thing with, it's the same dynamic with Destiny. And that's why Lauren was all about it. In fact, you know what? Since I have it here, why not? God, this is so bad. Okay, so maybe this part is gossip, but this was the last text between Lauren and Destiny. This is from the Kiwi Farms leak. Just so you know how, like, when we're talking about pathological personalities, and by the way, there's a red pill lesson to this as well. There's a red pill lesson to the nerdrotic guy. What, Gary is his name? There's a red pill lesson to what happened with Jeremy from the Quartering. There's a red pill lesson to what happened to me, right? There's a red pill lesson in all of this. And I think this, where did it go? Video X, share screen. Okay, there. I think this will probably help sum this up a little bit better. Can we see that? Oh, there we go. Okay, so this was the last message between Lauren and, they call him Tiny, but Destiny. Final message of text. Okay, it says, this is her. Hey, I appreciate your messages. Truly, none of this is your fault. Honestly, it's mine. I really enjoy your company. I've never engaged with a mind like yours at the level we do and the depths we go about it. Okay, this is Lauren. Okay, the depths we go about it. Life and politics. Actually, the most enjoyable thing I find is just talking to you about the nature of our own minds. God, that was self-absorbed, man. And interactions. It's all such an open book. Truly seeing how human and fallible, but also beautiful and unique we both are. Holy shit! I think what makes it extra. I haven't read this in a while. I think what makes it extra special is the absurdly rare context it's all in. Beyond just the fact that we're political rivals, people who are perfectly in agreement in political life rarely show one another how human they really are. It's all so much posturing and fear of judgment. Man, Rachel Wilson, please, for the love of Christ, read this to her. Lisa from Timcast, please read this to her. I don't get that with you. I don't get that with you at all. And that's this is a fucking wall of text she's sending to Destiny. Okay. This is how psychotically attracted she was to him. And that's been a once in a lifetime experience. And I hope you know, while I have critiques of the way you live your life at times, it doesn't come from a place of judgment. In fact, it comes from a place of me wanting you to do better, be happier, and live in a more meaningful way. You're made for so much more than what you're doing now. We have different moral codes for how we engage with the world. You've done nothing to violate yours. I've done everything to violate mine. I know through and through that polyamorous relationships result in pain for one party. I know that you're married and your wife was uncomfortable with our interactions because you're the crazy kind. Remember, she told Lex Freeman, you're the baby trap, the thirst trap, baby trap kind. I knew that so damn well. I tried to stop this all at the start, but let myself be incredibly selfish and hold on to this. I know you say you and Melina would have separated anyways, but there is simply no way I did not have some complicity in this. Any feelings you grow towards one person take away from the feelings you have towards another, the time and effort you put into fixing your relationship with another human being. Well, imagine that. Let's keep going. It sounds like this is one text. It sounds like you truly believe you're capable to balance polyamorous relationships. So I don't think you violated any of your values. I truly believed that you could not and persisted anyways. And now you're getting a divorce. She's so hopeful. I'm really, really fucking ashamed of myself. Please don't try to change my mind on this or make me feel better. It's not about whether you perceive my behavior wrong or not. It's about knowing I've violated my own internal understanding of morality and decent behavior towards others in the world. Sounds like I stepped into a minefield when I called her out on that wedding ring thing, huh? When I prayed about you, God told me you are absolutely someone meant to be in my life. Absolutely someone who is supposed to help me, and I help you on this insane journey of life, understanding meaning and place in this world, how to do good and use our platforms for greater things. He also absolutely told me the way we are going about things was wrong, and I ignored that. Do you think Destiny actually believes in God? I can now see how much pain Melina is in. I can see how much chaos and pain you're in, how much confusion I have right now. And all of this could have been avoided by just listening to what I knew was right. You're getting those messages in your internal system wasn't telling you these things. Mine was, and I ignored it. The selfish part of me wants to continue on romantically with you. The part of me that knows what's right and just certainly towards John is that we need to stop having romantic interactions, even just through text. If we don't any more chaos or pain caused going forward will be entirely my fault for once again, ignoring what I know to be the decent thing to do. Of course, I love you and care for you deeply, more than you know, but we need to learn to do that as friends. I don't know what the future holds for us, and even if things change in the future, you guys, do you want me to keep going? Do I need to keep going? I mean, this is how, just look at this wall of text. Relationships fail when lies begin and things are left unsaid. Maybe Melina was right. Maybe she was right to be like, sorry, Melina, maybe I fuck things up for you. Oh my God. All right, screw this. I don't want to keep doing this. This is too bad. It's too sappy. Anyways, you get the idea. That's how much crap. That's the whole thing. Like, I could keep going. You want me to read the rest? I'll be happy to read the rest. You can find this on Kiwi Farms. It's pretty easy. I just saved it. Yeah. This is my life. I have to deal with fucking psychotic children, like freaks, pathological personalities. Trust me, in my time in this space, I have dealt with plenty of psychos, but pathological personalities, right? Anthony Johnson, pathological personality. And you know what? Drew a lot of other pathological personalities into his orbit until he pushed them away, until he fucked each and every one of them. Stop reading. Okay, I'm stopped. I did. I stopped reading. All right. Give me a super chat now. Give me a $50 super chat or I continue reading. Yes. Yeah, they are. Chris Williamson is boring as fuck now. Remember, okay, and don't forget, please, that this is the same Chris Williamson that had Destiny on his show. Not once, not twice, but 3 fucking times to let everybody know what the manosphere was. Is the red pill gone? Is the red pill dead? Yes, I think so. Its time has run its course. Like Destiny's the foremost expert on fucking the red pill. Lauren Southern made the manosphere. Get the fuck out of here. Really? Like, do you understand where I'm at? Do you understand why this drives me fucking crazy? Yes, it does. All right. Let's see. Well, on to a different topic. Unless you guys want me to keep yammering on. Oh, wait. There's one last thing. Last final point. So I mentioned earlier on that Will Costello actually has a connection. You got to remember that all these guys are connected in some way. They're all in the same. They're all inbred, right? It's all the same family, right? So, Not So Erudite was connected with Alex from Date Psych. Okay, Lauren Southern actually did a documentary, an anti-red pill, anti-masculinity, anti-manosphere. I don't know what else to call it. documentary on Tenet Media before Tenet Media got flushed down the toilet, courtesy of Russian political collusion money and Lauren Chen and all the legal political proceedings that happened after that. And yes, did they get absolved? Are they guilt for? I don't know what the hell. Who knows? I don't know what they said. Well, we're back. Like Lauren Chen is back on Twitter, but I will tell you what's not back on YouTube is Tenet Media. It's not something I really want to bring up with Tim Pool. Another thing everybody was saying is that Tim Pool was trying to avoid Lauren Southern. As far as I know, this is the first time Lauren has been back since the whole meltdown. Aaron McCready suggested in his correspondence with me that there might have been something between Tim and Lauren. I don't know. I like Tim well enough, so I'm certainly not going to stir the pot because it might just be bullshit, right? And if you ask me, my opinion, it probably is bullshit. But Aaron McCready did mention that there might have been something going on with Tim and Lauren. But I know that Tim is married now and he's got a kid, so I would say that fucking ship has sailed if it was in the port at all. But we also know that Lauren is still pining for destiny, so maybe it's like neither here nor there. But people were saying that this guy Gadget, wherever the fuck his name is, was talking about how. In fact, I think I've got it here. Where'd it go? Is it? Yeah, okay. This is from Twitter. This guy Gadget, who follows mostly the Tates, but this is from one of his tweets. It says Lauren Southern confirms that she has cooperated with authorities in both Romania and the UK cases against involving Andrew Tate. She says she has provided witness testimony in Romania and evidence to investigators in the UK. Well, Tate keeps saying he wants to know who the names involved are. Well, you got one right there. Then publicly known evidence relating to her allegations includes medical records from relevant time periods, multiple witnesses who say she told them about the alleged assault at the time, years before Andrew Tate became famous. Well, it's funny because I more or less said the same thing in March of 2023, but they told me it was all bullshit because I was getting scammed by somebody who wasn't actually Aaron McCready, right? A report says she had made to her local authorities at the time. Since her cooperation became known, previously closed UK criminal investigation into Tate has been reopened, and there have been significant developments in the Romanian case. It's not publicly known what role, if any, her evidence played in those developments. Well, if they're reopening something in Romania, and that's where it allegedly happened. Now, remember, all of this stuff that's now getting thrown at Andrew Tate, right? And again, I don't care one way or the other how you feel about Andrew Tate, right? But the fact of the matter is this was also included in the stuff that I was talking about when I went public with her ex-husband's his exchanges with me, and they created they colluded together to try to destroy my reputation because I was right. Because it was her ex-husband who was communicating with me, because the stuff about Tate was accurate according to her, and now according to her. Back then, it was so important to her. It was such an egregious shame for her to acknowledge any of this that she had to come up. She and Destiny and Brittany Venny had to come up with some way to create dirt on me, to distract or to divert, to diffuse, whatever the fuck it is, to dodge any of that, having to cop to anything I was saying about that. That's what they did. And now she's saying exactly, or confirming everything that I said in 2023. Everything except for one. Was there a kid? Was there a kid involved? Because according to her husband, there was. But remember, all of this, everything that built up to this point, was take down Rollo Tomasi. He's too close to the truth. He could destroy us. That's to the point where they had to go to great lengths to create shit like this. Oh, it's just a troll. No, it's not. Not now. It's not. So you might have been able to say something like that back in the summer of 2023. You don't get to say that in 2026, summer of 2026. 3 years later, and I will be happy to remind you of this for a long time. We'll rub your fucking noses in this. And you know who else's noses I'll rub in it? Jer from the Quartering, Gary from Nerdrotic. You guys are the one who ran me up the fuck. I don't even know you. You guys fucking ran me up the flagpole. Look where you are now. Fucking bully. Do the right thing. Seriously. And you know what's funny? It's like I would totally be cool with these guys if it was just like, hey man, sorry, we were really off base. Chrissy Mayer, I'd probably be even okay with. I was just, yeah, we fucked you. Okay. Well, at least I know. Not saying I collab with her, but you know, at least I would know. Still waiting for that apology, Jer, which is not forthcoming. Why? Because he knows I'm right. These guys were jerking off to fucking Southern and probably Michaela Peterson too. You got to remember, Michaela Peterson and Southern were also pretty tight too. Maybe they compared notes because their stories were awfully similar about Andrew Tate. So you got Tate, you got Destiny, you've got all the rest of these guys. You got Southern, you got Venti, you got Destiny, you got all this stuff. And you've got Not So Erudite, and you've got Will Costello. How do I know that? Because when I was, me and Bex were being critical of Will Costello's incel research, the first person he enlists to sort of run cover for himself is Not So Erudite. And he's going to see this and he's going to go, what? I would never do so. Will, before you pop off, I have the email. I have the email exchange between you and Not So Erudite. And honestly, at this stage, I don't even really care. I just wanted to say there's a connection. And there's a connection between her and Alex from Datesite and everybody who's been fucking coming at me for the last 5 years. All of them. Every last one. Isabella DeLuca, Isabella Moody, all these people who are like in love with clavicular. Remember when I was giving grief to all these chicks who are like, you know, all they had to do was like show their big tits and wear a crucifix between their tits, and suddenly they were team conservative? Cake tits, remember Cake Girl? No, nobody does. All you had to do is like mix a cake with like your big hooties hanging out, right? And then suddenly, but as long as you had a cross on your neck, that was your team church. They were part of the Mean Girls Club. Yes. God, I have the video. Let's see, where did I? Let's see, which one is it? I don't even want to get into this stupid shit. Andrew, got this. There's another video by Gadget, by the way. That guy I was just showed you a minute ago. It's on YouTube. I don't know if I want to show this. It's kind of pointless at this point. Oh, this is her saying she cooperated with authorities.
Joined the UK court case. I've already testified in the Romanian court case. My information was going to be leaked. The Tate brothers already have actually just recently got pulled into court on 11 separate charges of trying to intimidate and destroy the reputations of witnesses. The second I joined those cases, there was going to be a mass campaign against me. My name was going to be all over the place, and the Tate brothers were going to be able to just slander me all over the board. So I had medical evidence.
Yeah, probably it wouldn't be too difficult considering you are a career liar. I'm not even saying that they did or they didn't do it, right? But nobody's going to believe you, not because it's the Tates, it's because you're just simply unbelievable. Everything you say is horseshit. Like, this is a person who's willing to create elaborate, fuckery campaigns against guys like me. Who knows who else, right? They're not going to believe you, not because of the Tates, which maybe are, is unbelievable anyways, but it's because she's simply pathological. She's a pathological liar.
From the time, somehow I was able to predict years before they were famous that his MO was strangulation. 3 years before the Vice article came out saying that's what he did to all the other victims in the UK.
Yet when I came out with exactly the same fucking information from her husband, she creates this. You're a liar. You're a liar, Lauren. You're an unbelievable. It's funny. It's like, now you hope people will believe you. You're a liar. You're simply a pathological liar.
Be literally impossible for me to get a DeLorean and come back in time and decide to make up all this and make a medical report and know the MO.
Oh, it's not hard for you to make up a medical report. Interesting choice of words. Right? Oh, it'd be impossible. No, it wouldn't. Funny how that came up during that conversation, isn't it?
Just to sell a book that I've made barely any money off of in 2025.
Okay, you're a liar. Here's why you're a liar. Yes, you can, and you have. God, how you want to know why like shit like this makes me insane? This is why this shit makes me insane. You're a liar. You're simply a fucking liar. And I'll tell you, she might even be saying the truth about the text. She might even, it might be, I don't know, one way or the other. But you're not believable. You're not a credible witness. I tell you something, man. Tate's asked me, hey, could you want to be a character witness against Lauren Southern? Yes. Hey, what if you don't have to pay me. I'll show up. Fly me out to wherever you want to go. I'll be a character witness. Absolutely. Absolutely. I will be happy to be a character witness. Because she is full of shit. God, Rachel Wilson, God, please nail her ass to the wall. Nail her ass to the wall. I'm begging you. Because I'll be, thank you. Hey, wait a minute.
Guilty, 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 guilty.
There you go.
FBI, open up!
Yes. Yeah, they're victim maxers. That's a good choice of words, actually. Yeah. She's a liar. How can you expect anybody to believe you? You're the one that created like fake medical documents. Of course you will. I could never do something like. God, how awesome would it be? Yeah, probably the Tates are guilty as sin, but you know what? I will be happy to ruin her fucking character. Happy. I will walk in there with a big fucking shit-eating grin on my face, Lauren. I will be happy to be that character witness for them. No, because I'd just be telling the truth. They'll probably go down for money laundering anyway. I'll just be telling the truth. There you go. Yep. There you go. Yeah, what about that? Funny how she left that out of there. I'll be happy. Oh, God, please let me be a character witness. Do they have that? Would that be a thing in Romania? Like, did they care about character witnesses? Probably not. It's the SSRI's fault. Yeah, you're probably right about that too. Oh boy. You want to hear about Paul Elam? I'd be happy to talk about that too. What are we at? 222? Okay. I got time. Time. So I'm in the, I'll tell you a little bit about where I'm at today. This is my home studio. As you know, you've seen me here a million times. I used to have my doorway that's right over here to come into the studio. And when I'm on broadcasting live, I can be a little loud, right? So I had some doors, some like double doors put in here, and it's it certainly keeps the sound down, but it also like kills the cross ventilation in here. So if I look like I'm sweating today, that's because it's 111 degrees outside and I'm relying on one vent that's over me for air conditioning right now. So yeah, that's a little tough. Oh, and there's Michael Sartain is back again. Oh, he's just telling me about the latest. Telling me about the latest AI stuff. Mike is like really, really hardcore into AI right now. He's using Hermes. I think I might try using that too. Hey, you got to get on board with it no matter what. AI is it. And I don't mean like let it do it, your thinking for you, but it will certainly streamline the processes that you need done right now. Absolutely. Oh, let's see. What else did I have in the queue here? I already looked at that, didn't I? Okay. Which body type do you like, ladies? Apparently you like this Mr. Softy on the left side. Don't you? You see, you know what's funny is when I see this stuff, and like, it's funny because what I need to do is like wait for about 3 or 4 months and then do this again. Which one do you like the best, ladies? Which body type is your ideal? And like almost universally, women are always going to say, the fat guy, I love that. So I wonder, like, we've done that before. Like, what is it about the dad bod? Like, where the fuck did that dad bod thing come from? And again, it's just running. Like, what calendar sells the most? The hot fireman calendar or the dad bod calendar? Is there even a dad bod? There probably is somewhere. The dad bod calendar, right? Of course, that must be it. I see those dad bod calendars everywhere, man. The ladies auxiliary, the lady, your HR, your secretary, in the cubicle. There's all these dad bod calendars everywhere, right? Like Chippendales, Thunder from Down Under, hot fireman calendar. Fat bod. This guy, the guy on the left, that dude, his calendar sells the most, right, ladies? No. So I was thinking about this because I remember there was it was Rob Henderson even who was talking about this. I got a Rob Henderson video I want to talk about. But there's this idea that the reason why women go for the fat guy, because remember the video we just saw a minute ago? Like what body fat percentage do you think that this dude is at, right? 25%? 20%? No, he's not. He's well over 20%. That guy, the fat guy, by the way, that's supposed to be the same. This is the same dude, by the way. January and then July, right? I highly doubt the dude is, unless the dude is like 5'6" or 5'5", it's weird to see that one of them, the guy's 168 pounds and that's what he looks like at 168. I think he's probably more than that, but he's definitely smooth on that one. But remember, okay, I'll bring this one out. This is pretty funny. But remember, let's see, where did you put that? Oh, here it is. Okay, sorry, Sammy, I had to bring this up again. So body fat percentage chart for men. Let's share that really fast. I don't know why this is so fascinating to me, but it is. Body fat percentage chart. There it is. Okay, so this is it right here. You see that? There you go. So body fat percentage chart as 29 to 30. How old do you think this guy is? Probably, let's just say he's in his 30s. He got to be in his 30s, right? So let's just say he's 30 to 39. Okay. So if he is at like in January, he looks that chubby and he's probably 25% body fat, maybe less. Anyways, let's just say, okay, so he's still in the acceptable range, but he's not athletic or fit. And then if he is above 26, at or above 26, then he's in the obese range. So essentially what women are telling you is that obesity, just borderline obesity, is what they find the most attractive, essentially. Is it acceptable? What the fuck does acceptable mean? Acceptable for what? For like fucking? For what? For going out with? For having him pay for a date? Or pay for dinner? Or what's define acceptable? Acceptable in the sense that, like, I guess it would be like CDC health considerations. I don't know. But he's not in the athletic side of things. So anyway, so if we look at this, God damn it. Is he 25%? Maybe. If you look at the guy it's the same dude, but if you hit on the other side in July at 141, he is definitely because you can see like he has striations, at least somewhat striations. He is definitely in the 10% category. So he's down. He's in bodybuilder mode right there. Now, here's what the Rollo Tomasi theory is this. Is if you look at, like, for instance, if you saw these guys, like they're taking selfies, okay? Now, clearly in the before picture, It's meant to be about like, here's where I'm at right now. And later on, this is where I'm at now. Right. So when you're taking the before pictures, imagine this dude walking, just, strolling along a beach somewhere, like he's in, San Diego, Oceanside, somewhere along there. He's on Pacific Coast Highway, and maybe he's not shirtless. Maybe he just has like a tank top on or something like that. He still looks smooth. He doesn't look like, he's got, he's just a casual. He's just a guy. He's just a dude. He's like kind of nondescript. But if you see the guy on the left and he has some definition, he's got that bicep vein going. And you could just sort of under the t-shirt or under the tank top, you could just maybe catch the hint. And he's just nonchalant. He's not flexing. He's not trying. It's not try hard. He's not trying to put himself out there. Both of them just casually walking by. Which guy does the woman like hold her stare? Like which guy like makes that woman pause for a beat more? I will argue it's going to be the more fit guy. It's going to be the dude. They're not going to, and both of them walk by at the same time. Which one do they go, yeah, I'm going to get that guy. See, this is what I've talked about this with Mike, but maybe we'll talk about this on Wednesday, which is going to be Access Vegas. Finally, get back to Access Vegas again. I cannot wait to go do that show. But as I've said, we've done this before. It's my theory. This is my hypothesis, is that if the guy is trying to look good, if he's most muscular, he's like, I was doing one of these things. Like hey, look at this, man. This is my after picture. Right. Just, he's like flexing that tricep kind of thing right there. He's posing, right? Literally, he's posing, right? He's trying to show off what he's done. And rightly so. He's done a lot of work, clearly, right? But the reason why women find that unattractive, I say unattractive, but I say the reason why women would not like that as much is because of the act of trying to flex, to trying to look good, trying to do the most muscular. Like when guys do this, like women cringe, right? You're only working out for other dudes. No. I think that's one of the biggest, I think that's a myth I'm exploring right now. I think a lot of people say, well, guys, they work out and they go bodybuilding, because women aren't attracted to that. Yeah, they are. I mean, if you don't look like Andreas Munzer, but yeah, they are. But you know what they're not attracted to? They're not attracted to the bodybuilder who flexes. They're not attracted to the guy who is trying to try hard, right? He's trying to impress. He's trying to make himself look better. And it's obviously so, right? Like the guy, for instance, the guy's flexing. Look, I mean, that's a bodybuilding pose there on the left, or excuse me, yeah, on the right side there. On the right side, he's flexing. He's like, look at this. Fuck, I did all this work. Like, and guys are, and you're right. Guys go, damn, dude, what's your stack? Right? What do you? And then of course, in my case, if I even just show myself in like what my Imperial, my Imperium shirt, my Aquila shirt. Never skip leg day, Rolo. Shut up. Just fucking shut up. Until you get to this level, then just shut the fuck up. I do legs, asshat. That's the first thing anybody says. First thing anybody, hey man, let me show you how to do calves. But it's because you're trying. Like I keep saying, I can't post a picture these days without people thinking that I'm flexing. And why? If I took a picture by my Camaro outside of Powerhouse Gym, and I was just casual, I wasn't doing like one of these, hey, check out these traps. Right? If I wasn't doing that, and I was just like casual, people will still give me shit. They'll still give me shit, but not as much shit as if I was trying to flex. I literally was trying to flex, like flex, right? And I think that there's a sort of the cringe and ick, I don't know what it is, about a guy who's actually trying to impress by actually flexing. The act of doing that means that the guy acknowledges that he looks good. I know I look good, so I'm going to flex and show this shit off, right? Bodybuilding. That's one of the reasons why people, I think that like lay people, like average normies, they don't understand bodybuilding whatsoever. They don't really acknowledge it. It's almost like a beauty pageant. It's a beauty pageant for men, right? Like they don't understand the like what goes into it, what when I say sport, what the lifestyle is like. And so like I remember like when I was like I showed you guys this. Well, this is too funny. When I remember the arm comparison, like which arm do you like the best? So this is pretty fucking funny. You got Natty, you got Anavar, you got Deca, and you got Masteron, and then you got Tren. But the thing is that the Tren one looks like you're like an animal. You're like the fucking Hulk, right? But somewhere between Deca and Masteron, there you 3.5. Somewhere in there, maybe 3. Even 3 is, you still got a little bit of that bicep vein going on right there. But women will say, I want the Natty guy. You notice he's like pasty white. There's no tan. And is that because, okay, so 2 theories. One is if the guy's flexing, then it means like he's trying to create or in some way, and maybe stupidly, overtly so, try to create the appearance of pre-selection. Like, this is what chicks want, right? I know, here you go, right? It's the act of actually trying to impress with physique that throws them off. Now, if women are already primed for that, they'll go see like Thunder from Down Under and they'll see an all male review here in or Chippendales, right? Male exotic dancers who are there because they look good and they're paid to do exactly that. Now, women are all in on that, and usually they're in their 40s and they're divorced. Then you already know what you're getting yourself into. It's a performance, right? But if it's a guy that nobody knows and he's trying to impress with his physique and he flexes or he says, hey, look, here's my before and my after. And women will go, oh, I want the guy who's fat. He looks like he would be somebody I'd like to sit down and watch Netflix with and eat popcorn, right? Or they'll say, I love this one. The other one is like, I don't want the guy with number 4, the master on arms. Why? Well, because it looks like he would spend 4 hours in the gym every day and he wouldn't spend any time with me. Well, that doesn't require 4 hours in the gym. First of all, it does require, however, that you eat right. It does, like if you're going to get down to, I don't know, even 12 to 10% body fat, so that you have, some visible cuts. Yeah, you're going to have to, sorry, ladies, you're going to have to give up the Ben & Jerry's if you want to date a guy like that. So, of course, like when you understand that, like, what is it, like 75% of the U.S. population is technically overweight. And a good, like 35% of men and 40% of women are clinically obese. Hell, we just saw the thing. If you're 26% body fat or more, you're obese. For women, if you're 32% or more, you're obese. And that's giving you a lot of leeway, ladies. So of course you're going to be attracted to the guy with like no definition. It's not about sitting, oh, he's going to be in the gym 4 hours and not give me any attention. No, you're fat. And you don't want to have to live with the guy who is not fat. You don't want to have to, you want to be, you're comfortable in the way you are. Very few women, like you got to remember, like I would have to I could probably find this on Claude or on Perplexity or something like that, but I'm sure I could find the data. Like in fact, I did look this up. Like what percentage of the U.S. population between 18 and 20, I think it was 18 and 29, have visible abs. And so I think it was Perplexity, like stripped it down or broke it down and said, well, first of all, you've got those men would have to be probably 12% body fat so that you could see, like literally see abs, like a 6-pack. I think that's what they said, a 6-pack. Like I have visible abs, but the way I'm built is not like, I'm not a swimmer's body, right? So I've kind of got a 4-pack, I guess. But my body fat percentage, I want to say it's like 14 right now, 14, 13 or 13 and a half, somewhere there. I've been stripping down because I'm going to Catalina pretty soon for my 30th wedding anniversary. I want to look good in pictures, right? So I'm stripping down for, I'm not anywhere close to 10% body fat, but the fact of the matter is like to see visible abs, only like a certain percentage of the population has that low a body fat that you would be able to see those. And it's something like 6% or 10% of the population is actually at that level of athleticism that you would be able to see an actual six pack. So when women say, I want the 666 guy, well, the fact that you're looking for a guy with a six pack abs means you're looking for a guy who's 6 foot tall and he's at least 12% body fat. So now the height has got you down to 16%. And now we're going to add, I don't know what, 6% of the population and 10% of the population as actually at a body fat percentage where you would be able to see six pack abs. So now you're even lower. That's not on the delusion calculator, by the way. There's no setting for like six pack abs. There is for height, but there isn't for abs, and which would also be related to body fat percentage. Good luck, ladies. It's funny is like we'll listen to cutesy little songs about 6'5", blue eyes, trust fund, whatever, blah blah blah. Like women will make up songs about that. 6'5", trust fund, blue eyes, whatever. So that becomes a popular song, but yet they're still saying that they. But the guy who's the guys on the left is acceptable. Maybe he's finance. It's certainly finance, right? And so then you got this sort of body standard. Like I want to also point out that why am I even digging into this is because women have a higher standard for physical beauty than men do. Like I should say it's more static. It's more set, right? So I wrote about this. If you've read my first book, which by the way, the hardback's coming out soon. But in that book, there is actually a chapter in there about like women's physical standards. And the reason I wrote that back in the day, it was actually an essay that ended up becoming a chapter in the book. The reason I wrote that is because I was sick and damn tired of listening to women talk about how, well, they can't compete with all those girls in porn. Oh, those girls on the cover of FHM and Maxim cover models and Playboy and swimsuit, the swimsuit edition of Sports Illustrated. We can't possibly compete with that. Why can't beauty just be what we want it to be? Beautiful at any size. Well, the funny thing is that men have a much looser standard for like what is acceptable for like fucking than women do. Women have always stayed with one particular look, physical prowess, right? But you don't have to be a bodybuilder, obviously, but you sort of a swimmer's body, right? Having an athletic build, let's just say. You have to have a V taper. Even height can be like sort of, modified for, can be accounted for. If you still have a V taper, you still have like, you still look somewhat good, right? But women's standards, physical standards, women's standards for ideal male beauty has stayed the same. It's Greco-Roman athleticism. And it's been that way forever, for a very long time. Find me, you can find dating sites or dating services, like online services for guys looking for big, beautiful women. Easy. They're all over the place. BBWs, right? There's finding that a little extra to love, right? You can find that. Like guys are like, they'll make like guys of, they're opportunistic breeders, man. Like you can find dating sites for big, beautiful women. You will not find that I'm aware of. If you want to point me in that direction, I'll be happy to look at it. But you will not find dating services that cater like strictly to big, beautiful dudes. You will not find that. Where's that site? What woman, what fit woman, like a good, like, think about it this way. Like you got guys who are somewhat, normal body habitus, right? Who go, you know what? I need a chick with a little extra meat on her bones, right? Oh, yeah, there's porn for that. There's dating services for that. Big, beautiful women, whatever hell you can get. You don't even have to do that. You get catfished. It'll happen. Guys will be okay with that because they go whale hunting, right? You got a dry spell, slump buster. Guys will do that. Guys don't care if you're shit. Guys will fuck married chicks. They will fuck skinny chicks. They will bang blondes, brunettes, whatever, black girls, white girls, Asian girls, Latinas. You could be pale girls, tan girls, girls with tan lines. Like, you look at the niches of porn that are available, and you could just see just a plethora, a cornucopia of body types. And ladies, trust me, whatever your body type is, I mean, unless you're like grossly, morbidly obese, and even then, right? It doesn't matter. You could be a midget, and there's probably some porn that caters to guys who have a fetish for that. Women, nope. Women have to have that Greco-Roman athleticism. So to say that this dude on the left-hand side is in any way a physical ideal of beauty for women is horseshit. Horseshit. Because if you saw these two guys walking down the street and they weren't flexing and they were just casual, the guy that women are going to fixate on is the guy with the better body. End of story. That's who they're going to talk to about their girlfriends. Hey, I saw this hot guy at the beach yesterday. That's going to be the dude. It's not like, hey, I saw this guy. He's got a little extra pounds, but boy, I can't wait to see. He asked me on a date. I can't wait to go. Hey, I found this great guy on the big, beautiful men's site. No, ladies, cut the shit. Like, we know it's okay. You just cop to it. It's all right. It's because you're reflexing. It's because guys are trying to manufacture pre-selection. They're trying to manufacture. It's like trying to say, it's almost like gamma males holding this, like having this ledger or having this Excel spreadsheet and all the reasons why women ought to go out with them, right? And so it's this logical, laundry list of I'm like this. So I'm obviously the perfect boyfriend for you. When are we getting together? When are we fucking? And when are we getting married? Right? Let's do it now. Why waste time? Ben Shapiro. And the thing is women like hack up. They want to punch. Like, according to Vox Day, women have an uncontrollable urge to punch that guy in the face, and they couldn't tell you why. Well, I'll tell you why. Because that guy is trying to convince them that they ought to fuck them. And so when a guy flexes, even if he's not really even trying all that hard, when a guy just does this, like on the right hand side there, he just does that. That's like trying to convince a woman that she ought to fuck you. Hey, you should fuck me. Check out these horseshoes. Yeah. No, because you're trying to manufacture attraction. You're trying to manufacture pre-selection or social proof. And so what's the counter to that? Guys see that who are not in as good a shape. And what's the first thing they say? Oh, guys only get in that kind of shape because they want other guys to be impressed. They're really homosexuals. No, they're not. But that's the only defense that you have against that. Because if you see a physically superior dude, you see a guy who has physical prowess wise outclasses you. You can't go and fuck with that guy. You can't go punch him. You can't take him out of the sexual marketplace. So the only thing you can do is try to disqualify and gaslight him, and gaslight any woman that's within earshot. And then women who knew they can't get with a guy like that or wouldn't want to get with a guy like that because it would mean they would have to change their lifestyle, their diet, their living, their sleep, their sleeping, their drinking, everything else. Of course, well, I want the fat guy. Yeah, because the fat guy fits into your lifestyle because you don't want to change anything. They would probably love to have a one-night stand with that other guy, but they'll say, well, I want the other guy. I want the fat guy. I want the dad bod guy. Really? I don't think so. It's like what MLD used to call the extra cup of rice. Here, you you're too skinny. Take extra cup of rice. So fatten you up so you can't get away. So other chicks won't be into you. Who's gonna, like, the vast majority of chicks are not going to be into the guy that's on the left. They're going to be into the guy on the right. But if they want to lock down a guy, if they want to have, they want dad. Yeah, that guy on the left probably be a great dad. Because nobody else would want him. Of course, he's got a dad bod, so every woman would want him. It's bullshit. It's absolute bullshit. I'm sick of this fucking mythology, too. Like I went from, like, you guys have seen pictures of me. I went from being very thin to putting on some muscle mass. I went on TRT. I've been in the gym. I work out, I work out with Hide Yamagishi, IFBB Pro Champion of 2023, and others. And, put myself into such a situation where I was focusing, money, muscles, and game. I focused on muscles for a while, and everybody lost their fucking minds. And then I was looking around saying, okay, well, where are the guys? I've had people ask me, hey, Rolo, what's your stack? Right. Or what's your deadlift? There's some guys that have asked me about stuff like that, but by and large, but I have noticed definite change in attitude from the women on Access Vegas. So is that as a result of looking better? I'm certainly not making any more money. I'd like to be able to tell you that I'm making money hand over fist, but I am not. Still about the same, but my physique has changed, so nothing wrong with that. Damn, really? 40% body fat down to 10% back in 20. Wow. Man, I don't think people realize like what it takes. Like I could probably get myself down to 12. And that would be an effort to get to 10. It's like tough. Everyone already knew Tate openly did rough stuff. Well, yeah. But did Lauren when she met? Lauren was like, according to McCready, like I have other exchanges with the ones I put out there pretty much corroborate everything, but I have other exchanges with McCready about this. And he told me more about the Tommy Robbins the connection between her and Tommy Robbins as well. I'm not because I don't want to run Tommy up the flagpole either. But yeah, what's this? Busy week. Missed Paul Elam debate. Was it canceled? No, it wasn't canceled. Actually, it was on Wednesday. And I'm sorry, I'm trying to look at the chat here too, because I'm interested even in the chats that aren't paid. I know, it's strange. What is this fucking shit? Did somebody shout out to Pahrump, Nevada? The only thing out there is Walmart, the people at Walmart, and a couple of brothels. For now, I know it's growing. Pahrump is on the other side of the mountain from where we are. I'm in the south end of. I'm in the south Las Vegas. I live in the nice part of Las Vegas. Let me stop lying. I live in the nice part, but it's the remote part of Las Vegas. Yes. I do not live near the strip. The Jade Apartments are where we run where Red One Studios is very close to the strip. And it's very close to where Michael Sartain is too. Oh, Jesus Christ. Aaron Clary wants to talk to me, but I'm not going to. Aaron, I'm doing my show right now. I do it once a week. That's all. Actually, I need to start doing it more. Mike's doing his show a lot more these days too. Okay. So anyways, Mike and I, all right, the Paul Elam thing. I think I probably took it more seriously than I probably should have. Not because everybody wasn't like we rolled in there and it was about what I expected. So we did it. Yes. And we did it. And by the way, yes, I have been announcing it for the last 6 weeks. Why we had to take 6 weeks to do all of this, I don't know, but maybe logistically it just had to happen that way. So I don't know. For fuck's sake, dude. That's enough of that. So I went on and Mike was on and it was it on Elam's channel? I think it was on Elam's channel. It was us. It was me and Mike and Paul Elam and this other guy named Shaw. Shaw I kind of liked. And of course, right afterwards, everybody has to declare victory, right? Oh, we're here smoking our cigars. Ha ha, we beat these guys, right? Well, the funny thing is if you watch the actual video, and I don't know if they've cut it up and edited it, but I know it was live. It was not what I expected, and then it was kind of what I expected. Like the beginning of it, was everything I expected. Like everything was like, well, these guys do this, and everything. I mean, the whole debate wasn't even really a debate. It was just what we do is gynocentrism, right? Everything is gynocentrism. If you ask a girl on a date, it's gynocentrism. It's like, where do you fucking draw the line? I wish I could have asked that. The beginning was kind of a clusterfuck. And quite honestly, I was a little bit surprised by Mike because I'm usually the one that flies off the handle. And I was like listening to Mike, and Mike was getting pissed. And only because I think Mike doesn't like it when people like bullshit to his face. And so like Mike was saying to Shaw that like if he was there in the same room, he wouldn't say that to his face, right? And then Shaw's like, why? Because you beat my ass or something. And Mike's like, no, because like there's a different dynamic when you have somebody live in the studio, which is right. Which is why I've always encouraged people to come to Las Vegas, sit across the table from us, and we'll have a discussion, right? People are much more, I don't care if you bug out of a like, I wouldn't care if anybody like rage quit a debate with us live. We've never had that happen, but I think there's a much different dynamic when you are not via remote. Are you doing like they were also doing it? They were doing it on OBS Studio, which kind of surprised me. Instead of like Riverside or like I use StreamYard. Mike and I use StreamYard. We're committed to StreamYard now. Which is what I would have used anyways, but whatever. It's not a big deal. But for the first like 20 minutes of the show, it's like this, here's our case against Rollo. Oh, and then there's this guy, his name is Mike. And I told Mike this too. I said, you realize that Paul wants a piece of me. He could give two shits about you. I'm not saying that you're unimportant. You're very important to me, Mike. But Paul's been itching for a fight ever since he did that one interview or that one talk, whatever. It was an audio too. It wasn't even a video with Roosh back in the day. There was, I wish I could dig it up. I forgot where it is, but there's somewhere exists on the internet, a talk, an interview, whatever, between Paul Elam and Roosh V. And Roosh, of course, he was the poster boy for the Red Pill, PUA, the Manosphere, whatever, during that time. So I was just chopped liver at that time. And now I'm the last remaining R in the Manosphere. So Paul's trying to essentially, jumpstart his career in the Manosphere. And of course, he's found Jesus on top of everything else and, got into that a little bit, which I kind of figured I would. But the first 20 minutes is just this buildup, and like Mike and I can't say anything because our mics are cut, and he didn't even bring us on until they were done with their monologue. And so I'm taking notes because I figured I had to. I take notes anyways, but so I'm going, and then Mike wants to jump in immediately and start clarifying things, and I'm like, I'm glad Mike did what he did, but it was really. They just wanted to jump on my ass. And so, which I figured I saw the same thing coming with Alex from Playing with Fire. It's just this opportunity. And I don't think it's the opportunity they were looking for. Cause I don't think anybody like the guy's trying to like put his, like rebrand himself and to like put himself on the map again at like 70 years old. And let me tell you something, man. If I'm 65 and I'm still doing this, like just fucking put a bullet in my head. I mean, I'll still be writing, but I don't know. At some point, I'm going to go Aaron Clary. I'll just be posting pictures from like some trail I'm hiking on Instagram. Hey, fuckers, view from the office today. Yeah, I don't know. The debate wise, I think it was like, I used it as an opportunity to just sort of clarify bad information, because that's pretty much all of it is based on. I really need to have a talk with John from It's Complicated, from the It's Complicated podcast or whatever his channel is, because he's like 10 toes down on fucking Paul Elam's shit right now. And I'm like, well, I think a lot of the same rhetoric and a lot of the same criticisms that I hear coming out of John from It's Complicated are very similar to what I hear from tradcons. Same thing I hear from feminists. Same thing. It's basically straw manning the manosphere, saying you guys all say this, but then you say this. So aren't you contradicting yourself? Well, who are we talking about? Are we talking about me? Because I think one of the things he said was something like, you guys say you should fuck all these girls, blah, blah, blah. And then you say that this is moral degeneracy. So what is it? I'm like, who? Have you seen Access Vegas? Do you think do I look like I care about moral degeneracy on fucking Access? I'm sitting next to Puma Swede. Really? You got me confused with somebody else because there's a lot of voices in the manosphere. And I'm trying to make a case for the fact that, hey, look, the manosphere is not a monolith. I am the manosphere, yes. So is Paul Elam. So is Mike Sartain. So, unfortunately, is Matt Walsh. John Deloney is finding out that he's actually part of the manosphere, too. They'll say they aren't, but I can make a case for Alex Cooper on Call Her Daddy is part of she's Red Pill. She's probably one of the best advocates for the Red Pill that I can think of right now. But you were not going to quote her and say, oh, she's contradicting herself. No, because you don't think of her as manosphere. So, tell me who you're talking about. Are you me? Okay, well then fine. Well, let's have a discussion. I've never said anything. In fact, I've been very vocal. One of the few things that I disagree with Aaron Clary is enjoy the decline. No, because eventually you get to the bottom of the decline and you're fucked. Well, now what are you going to do? I've said this is a quote from my book. I says one of the things you live like there's no tomorrow. Tomorrow becomes your worst fucking enemy. I am not of the opinion that we live in some unsolvable clusterfuck of society and we just all let it burn down and then what? Who's going to build it back up? You? Me? Then what? It's the same thing I would be critical of whenever I talk about Antifa or talk about people who are revolutionaries, right? What do you do after the revolution? When I was talking to Gary the Numbers guy, and we were talking about should women have the right to vote? It's a moot point. Nobody's going to do anything about it. It's not women are going to have the right to vote. How are you going to work within that system? Oh, we got to take away their rights. Okay, who's going to do that? It's great. It sounds like an awesome bumper sticker. Repeal the 19th. Okay, who gets to start? Me? You? Who's gonna initiate that? No one. No one's gonna initiate that. Yes, thank you for the 3 hour. Thanks, 3 hours. No one. No one's going to initiate that. No one's going to stop that. And it's funny is people are going to fight you if you even tried. And who's going to fight the hardest? Not women, men, men. The sneaky fuckers, right? The cuttlefish. Those guys are going to fight you the hardest. And then let's just say, okay, so, hey, you won. Let's just say you win. Ideally, yes, we finally repealed the 19th. Now what? See, that's the problem is whenever you see whenever you talk to anybody who's a revolutionary, and I don't care whether it's they believe in black supremacy, white supremacy, this supremacy, ethno-nationalism, Jewish this, that, blah. Here's the question you ask. Okay, what's your plan after the revolution? How do we, what's the rebuilding process? How are we going to restructure society? Because it's real easy to jump on board with anarchy. It's really hard to plan what comes afterwards. Because that's when guys like Lenin and Stalin come into power, right? That's when you have that's when the real shit happens. Oh, nobody has any plan? I do. It ain't what you're going to like, but here I come. What's your plan? The revolution's over. What's your plan? We need to talk about the Jewish question. Okay, well, let's talk about it. Guess what? I'm less interested in the question as to what your final solution is. Can we talk about your final solution? No. You know why? Because you start talking about that, you get banned off of YouTube. There's a certain group of Germans who had a final solution too, and does it align? Is that what you're suggesting? Can we have that conversation? No. Okay, well, then why are we even talking about this? Well, it gets clicks. Stop it. Just it's a moot point. It's stupid. That's why I said, it's pointless to talk about repeal the 19th because nobody's going to do it. You can sit there. It's going to make a great content for you. It's lazy content is what it is. Good content for you. But if somebody presses you on like, what do you, all right, we repealed the 19th. Now what? Oh, we live in a better society, I guess. No, you don't. You just have to figure out what to do next. And nobody has a plan. Like if somebody said we need to repeal the 19th and here's my 12-point plan to like restructure society afterwards, I'm all here. Tell me. Now, I've yet to hear that. Nobody's telling me that. It's time to move on from what? From politics? From intersexual dynamics? What should I move on from? You don't like the final solution? Yeah, okay, fine. Well, so anyways, back to Paul Elam. It was I wanted to talk about hypergamy. Because a lot of the stuff. So here's the Cliff Notes version. I wanted to like later on, like once we got past all of the you said this, you didn't say that. Once you got past the middle school bullshit, then we actually started having a real conversation, which I thought was pretty cool. I especially liked talking with Shaw. I kind of knew what Paul was going to say anyways, and it was kind of pointless. But like Shaw was interesting because I think a lot of his understandings or like a lot of his criticisms of me were based on just basically straw man stuff he heard from somebody else. And it's the same thing with John from It's Complicated, right? A lot of his sort of, shit posting, for lack of a better term, was based on just straw man that he'd heard from somebody else. I can't say he actually constructed himself. Like, oh, it's a straw man. You're just coming up with it. He's not coming up with it. He's just parroting it from somebody else that thinks I'm a fucker, right? And let me tell you why. Okay, well, because it's based on false information. It's a straw man. You set me up and knock me down. But that's not what I'm about. And then when you sit down and you talk to me, now you realize I actually have something to say about this. I have my concepts, my logic, my whatever it is that has sort of developed over the path of 24 years. It's a lot more well thought out than you think it is, because how you came to your opinions and your conclusions about me were based on the opinions of people who just don't know any better. Like, I love it when people like say, well, Tate is the red pill. No, Tate has Andrew Tate has pretty much like disavowed the red pill so many times I can't even remember. Well, Pearl Davis is a cheap, bad cover band of the originals in the manosphere. What else you got? This guy, that guy, whatever. And it's like whoever was in Louis Sneeko, Justin Waller, whoever, like, come on, man, like, let's have a conversation. And so then I started having that conversation with Shaw, and I think Shaw was actually starting to understand, like, how do you come to these conclusions? Well, this is how I come to these conclusions. And then of course, Shaw wants to, I like you, Shaw, don't get me wrong. I think you're pretty well versed, especially when it comes to history. But like, I think a lot of guys, when they want to talk, when they have like a very strong opinion on something and they base it on some like this is what we did in ancient times, and this is like, okay, fine, but how does like whatever was like chivalry was about like in like the 12th century is not what it's about in the 21st century, right? We have moved on. We've moved the narrative. We've moved the pendulum. We've moved the needle from there for a long time right now. And I try to get down to basics. I distill things down. People think I'm reductionist. And yes, I am, because I think reductionism is actually kind of necessary, particularly now. But again, a lot of it's built on personal beliefs. Even Paul Elam was talking about like, manosphere is so immoral, or this pickup artist is immoral. And I'm like, well, the red pill doesn't have anything to do with morals. It's amoral. No, it doesn't. Things can't be amoral because then I'm amoral. Like, he literally said, I'm amoral. I'm like, no. It's not about you personally. The red pill is just information. It's a database. Is it true? Is it false? Okay, well, we figured it out within our best ability to find out whether this data, whatever, is true or false. Now we can interpret that. And then you could decide what's ethical, what's best practices, what's moral, what's not moral, as a result of knowing what the truth and the principles and the phenomenon and the dynamics are in the first place. Congratulations. Take it on. You have an accurate, read on the situation. What are you going to do with it? Doesn't make the red pill moral or immoral. just is what it is. But see, that's like people can't, like, there's a certain mentality, I think, that if you accept that something is neither good, it's like neutral, right? It's like it's just mathematics. It just is what it is. It's either true or it's false. Okay, great. Well, it's false and we don't do this, or it's false, maybe we have best practices based on that we found out this particular fact is false, right? Or it's true. How are we going to build upon that? How can we use this to our best advantage? Those are best practices. Well, if your only language is like belief and religion and, you know, ethics and morals, I'm not saying there's anything necessarily wrong with that. But the thing is you're talking past people who are using the language of empiricism. And it doesn't mean that the people who use the language of empiricism don't themselves have some sort of code of ethics or a moral or whatever else, right? It's just that they have the ability to divide the reality of what is true and what's false from like how we're going to use it for our best practices. That's all it basically comes down to. But it's like so impossible to have that conversation, because it's not frustrating, but it's just you're talking past each other. And so that was a lot of the quote unquote debate was trying to resolve that talking past each other. And that's all I tried to do. And, you know, it looks like we're out of time. We win. It's not even a debate. It's just like, I could have gone on for hours with Shaw. Right? I could have gone on for hours talking about, you know, the history of this, the history of that. And I'm like, well, you know, we want to talk about the history of marriage, a dowry, a bride price. Like, why would that exist in the first place? Because, you know, you want long-term security for your daughter or your arranged marriage, whatever. Like I can get into, I would much rather like reduce that down to like, okay, what's the purpose of this? What's the latent purpose of these particular rituals, these particular traditions, these particular, whatever you think these particular best practices? Like, why would they be a thing in the first place? The very fact that I'm even asking those questions means that I'm I'm Satan, you know, because I asked the wrong question. I think that's the biggest problem and I'm not just picking on these guys, but I think one of the biggest problems that critics of the manosphere have is that they don't like the questions that are brought up. They don't like to answer that. They know they probably thought of them already. Hell, I know they have. Like, I look at Rob Henderson and I look at Steve Stewart Williams. They're addressing stuff that the manosphere has been talking about since 2004. I can go back and find you the actual threads on SoSwab where we talked about exactly what they think is some novel new idea in 2026. But because I'm Rollo Tomasi, I'm an asshole. But if it comes from Steve Stewart Williams, it comes from Chris Williamson, it comes from Rob Henderson, it comes from Mac and Murphy. We're saying the same fucking thing and have been talking about it for forever. But because I'm wrapped up in the seduction community, therefore I'm weaponizing exactly what they're talking about. And that's not what we're doing. Or was it Steve Stewart Williams? One of his critiques is that, you know, the guys in the manosphere, well, you're taking these things and you're applying them to extremes and your pre-existing, you know, biases. And I'm like, no, not really. Actually, those interpretations have been developing since before you even wrote Ape That Understood the Universe. Been talking about this stuff for a long time, but people don't know that. They don't have the background. They don't have a frame of reference. So they can't really relate to that. That's why I'm not in their ecosystem. And I probably never will be in their ecosystem. So I just keep writing books. Just keep doing what I'm doing. Like, it's a never end. Like, if I don't stop this at some point, it's going to be this never ending cycle of trying to clean up. When people shit the bed, I have to be the one to clean it up. And I'm like, I'm done. I'm like, I don't care if you understand, fine. If you don't, fine. If you have a real question about something, I'm happy to answer it. But like, if you're just going to make presumptions based on something that you've heard from somebody else and you're going to straw man it, I don't have time for that anymore. I'm not going to sit here and fucking hold your hand through 24 years of the manosphere. You want to know that the answers are there. Hell, if you have an earnest question about it, I'm happy to answer that. But I don't even think that it comes from a place of like, you know, authenticity. I don't think it's just disingenuous. Right? So, let's see. What are we at? Jeez, 313. Okay. Let me see. What do you have there? So you could say that science of the red pill has to the praxeology of the red pill has to answer the question. Yes, it is good to gain experience with women and have multiple partners, but is it moral to do so? I don't think that the red pill actually says have sex with a bunch of partners. I'm saying that some people do, and human beings are both promiscuous and monogamous. And I think that a lot of how we use that is dependent on the individual, the culture, everything else, right? So the thing is if anybody's telling you that the red pill says do this, the red pill answers this question or this and that, like, does it? Or is it just giving you the information and then you're taking that and presuming that the red pill is some sort of belief set, and so therefore it's a movement or it's an advice? A red pill is not advice. The red pill is not, it's not a belief set. It's not advice. It's not an endorsement of behavior. And that's the hardest part. Like I've been reading Steve Stewart Williams' book, A Billion Years of Sex Differences. And God damn it, man. In every chapter is like a disclaimer. Well, we're going to have to tiptoe around this because X, Y, and Z. Like, no, you don't. Just fucking say it. It's the most aggravating part of reading this whole book, right? Is it's an apology at the beginning of every fucking chapter. Just say what you're going to say. Let the chips fall where they may. And you know why it's frustrating for me is because that's what the red pill does. It's just, people say, well, it's bold. It's not bold. It's just like stating a fact. Is it true? Is it false? If you think it's false, then let's hash that out. Let's do an experiment. Let's figure out what the stats say. Let's look at the studies. Let's look whatever. Right? But see, people don't want to do that, man. Wait. I got this one great video here. This is a great segue for this one. Yeah, this is great. It's called Fact Bait. Check this out.
The guys I'm working with don't take the fact bait. Like when there's a fact, find the underlying emotion attached to the fact. You have to be Neo in the Matrix and just dodge the facts and try to figure out what's the underlying emotion, what's the underlying fear.
Okay, this is the language of emotion trying to deal with the language of empiricism. Feels before reals, right? Feelings preempt facts. And like, this is like, it's so like the guy he's so oblivious to what he's even talking about. And she's there smiling. I don't know I forget this chick's name, but she's been making the rounds it's just this touchy feely horse shit, new age tea leaf garbage, right? But it's all based in what? It's all based in emotion over reason.
And speak to that, because otherwise, we'll just take out our spreadsheets and correct the facts. And then we'll go, that was a really productive conflict resolution.
No, the facts show what the facts show. How are you interpreting those facts? Fuck your feelings. As Gad Saad would say, fuck your feelings. The facts don't care about your feelings. The alligator still eats you. That's the fact. It doesn't matter how unhealed you are or how you feel about the alligator devouring you. The alligator is still going to eat you because that's the empirical reality.
Method that I just used because she had an inaccurate set of facts and I corrected them. And now we're on the same page and we both feel great. And we walk away going, I stayed calm. I was rational. That went great. And she walks away going, I knew he didn't love me. I knew he didn't love me.
Yes.
Yes. But it's not about the nail. Some point you have to pull the nail out of their head.
Arrogant son of a... I think they can dismiss me by discrediting the numbers. What an idiot. Right? Yes. Yeah, the fact bait. I love that. The fact bait. I'll attribute it to you.
See what I mean? It's madness. It's like living in a fucking asylum. It's like living in a Arkham Asylum. Hey, seriously. Or like, this is even better. Hold on, wait. I got another one here. It's very brief. Oh, where is is it? Oh yeah, here you go. Fuck the logic.
The logic, though.
The logic. I'm asking
the logic.
Do you think a sex?
Can you explain though your logic there?
Hold on.
I'm trying to actually understand the logic.
No, I want to get back to the thing we're talking about.
I know.
No. I want to get back to the thing we're talking about.
Hang on.
No. I'm not hanging on. It's not about escaping.
Before I let you escape, I just want to get back to this logic.
This is the point that I'm trying to make.
Why would it be that there was more?
That I'm trying to make.
Hang on, stop.
I don't want to.
I just want to finish.
I want to get back to the thing.
If you just answer this last question,
I don't give a shit. I want to get to the next.
This is the language of emotion and reason, empiricism and emotionalism.
Next thing.
Why won't you answer my questions?
Because the whole point I've been trying to make this whole debate
Why won't you answer
is that
my
any
questions?
chance you get.
Well, I mean, it's true though, right?
No, it's not true.
Okay, well then explain the logic to me.
Because if women are feminists and you hate feminism, then you hate women.
No, you hate feminism.
Okay.
Yeah. So here's the thing, and I can prove it. I hate men who are feminists too.
Oh, you're looking at one.
Yeah. So here's the thing. If that's the case, then would that make me a misandrist?
I don't think so.
What if most men were feminists? So I'm a misandrist, right?
If you hate them for that, yeah, sure.
Okay, so then I'm a misandrist and a misogynist.
Then yeah, you hate.
So
people.
I just fucking hate everybody.
I mean, I wouldn't say most.
I
men
just
are,
fucking hate everybody.
I wouldn't say most men are feminist.
You did say the logic.
I did. I absolutely did.
Why would you say the logic?
Because that's not what I'm here to talk about.
Your Honor, the defense rests. That is I kept that. I have that actually. I've got that on tap whenever I need it, man. It's just freaking great. Yeah. Thank you. Hold on a second. Here we go. Rollo Tomasi is Wonko the Sane. I am. The world today is a planetary open air insane asylum. They don't call it clown world for no reason. Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, I forget that guy's name. He's like a world of women or some shit like that. He's basically trying to, turn a buck on being a sneaky fucker, right? And this is the guy that keeps asking me and Mike to like debate him. I'm like, well, what will we talk about? Because it would be nothing but this. You don't want to talk about facts. You don't want to talk about reason. You don't want to talk about empiricism. You don't want to talk about fuck the logic, right? What's left? Oh, let's talk about our feelings. Well, you can go talk to whatever, this gray-haired lady should be having. What's the fact bait? Go talk to fact bait lady. So I'm sure she'd love to have you on your show or on her show. Yeah. So again, that's the whole thing, right? It's dealing with people who are just simply not going. And the thing is it makes so much sense to them, right? The prioritizing the emotion. And that's the other thing is like, and that's why I kept saying, it's like, I'm not like when I'm debating Shaw or I don't even want to throw like Paul Elam in there. Cause I don't think Paul is like, with all due respect, I don't think Paul is like understands the manosphere the way he thinks he does. I think I do understand why he would be kind of bent out of shape because you have like documentaries like Inside the Manosphere by Louis Theroux, right? That shines a bad light. I understand because I have to deal with it too. But the fact that like, would you ask a girl on a date? Well, then you're a pussy beggar. Well, where do you draw the line? Like, I really wish I would have got to that question. It's like a crisis of motive. Like, why do you do what you do? Okay, well, you put on deodorant this morning, pussy beggar. You put a necktie on. It points to your dick. Yeah, pussy beggar. Like when do you stop being a pussy beggar? Like it was funny because like what was it? Paul was saying something like, I went through 25 women before I found the perfect girl. I guess he's married now, finally, to wife number 3. For a guy who hates marriage so much, I tried it 3 times, man. But the thing is like, you still had 25 girls reject you. Are you a pussy beggar? Because well, I'm going to set down and I agree. A man should have priorities. A man should have boundaries. Send them out from the beginning. Actually, don't set them out. Let women discover them from the beginning. Like I have a different take on boundaries that most guys don't, but or maybe they do. But yeah, Paul's not saying anything that hasn't been already said. Again, it's not like Paul gets like he understands. He, like anybody else, whether it's the God pill or the purple pill or the blue or the guys don't have a problem analyzing and understanding like the sickness. They don't have a problem figuring out like making a diagnosis, right? A description. They are very good at descriptions. It's when they come to like the prescription side of things and like, here's what we got to do, guys. That's where things kind of divert. So as I was saying before, the red pill is a database. It is a knowledge base. So it's not a movement. It's not a religion. It's not a code of ethics. It's not how else do you want me to put it? It's not a belief set. But there are belief sets that are built on top of it, like anything else, right? So if you talk about pickup artists, that's just best practices. The red pill informs them, but pickup artists go, you know what? Pussy's kind of great. I have the sports fucking gene. How can I leverage the red pill to get more pussy? Okay. That's a best practice. Then there's the guys who are like the trad pill, right? The God pill, whatever. I don't know, whatever you want to call it. Well, men should be monogamous and whatever. They'll still agree with a lot of what the red pill has to say. They'll just take that knowledge and they'll say, okay, this aligns with my religion. This doesn't, whatever. Seems like an ethical use of this information. This seems like a moral use. That God would want me to do this, and God needs servant leaders, whatever. And I'm going to use the red pill to be a better husband, to be a better, I don't know, serve in my church better, whatever it is. I'm going to use that to good. Well, that's a best practice. Or maybe you're a MGTOW, or maybe you're an MRA. Maybe you're an incel. Maybe you're black pill doomer. Oh, the juice isn't worth the squeeze. Guess what? That's a practice. Well, we've learned all this stuff from the red pill and it just seems hopeless. So we're not going to play the game anymore. Guess what? That's a practice. That's your belief. That's how you interpreted the data, but the data doesn't fucking change. I, on the other hand, see things pragmatically. So when people ask me, like people get really confused because they think that I'm just like pure logic. I'm Mr. Spock. Like all I do is think about the red pill all day long. Trust me, I do not think about the red pill, especially these days. I do for about 75% of my day. The other 25%, it's these guitars in the back here, my Warhammer. I might go watch Invincible. A lot of things I like to do that have nothing to do with the red pill. But then I have to also brush up on my AI and marketing and everything else too, right? Because everybody has to. We all need a vocation. But the thing is that I don't look at the red pill as a code of ethics. I don't look at it as like red pill itself is not a best practice. It just is what it is. It's a database. And to Andrew Wilson's credit, he actually now understand. I think he has a better grasp of what the red pill is about. So what is he going to do? Right? Yeah, red pill is. Thank you very much for that. There you go. Empiricism, blue pills, yeah, it is, and that's one of the reasons why we start talking past each other. And I mean, as comical as that whole exchange was with Andrew Wilson and that guy, they're just talking past each other. And the only difference is that Andrew knows that they're talking past each other, and the other dumb son of a bitch doesn't. So, yeah, because well, I don't want to talk about fuck the logic. Did that just come out of your mouth? Really? And then it's funny because that basically kills the conversation. Like, wow, okay, I guess the conversation's over. I speak this language, you speak that language, and there's never going to be any connection there, right? Or it's like when people play the God card. Like, you can't argue against God. I know that people go, "Whoa, look, hey, Rollo's turning Christian." Well, no, I'm just mean that you can't argue against. Like, well, God said so. End of conversation. God said you should be a lemming and run off the side of that cliff. Yeah, it's in the Bible right here. Oh, I can't convince you otherwise. You're going to jump off that cliff anyways, no matter what I tell you. Right? Or you're going to, like, I'm being facetious, but like, you're going to do what you're going to do anyways. So why are we having this conversation? Because you're not interested in the red pill. You're not interested in empirical, unadulterated, truth that is not informed by morality or ethics, or it's just math, right? It's just music of the spheres, right? It's just pure, is it true? Is it false? It's not, is it good? Is it bad? That's a judgment call. Is it ethical? Is it moral? It's a judgment call. Should we do this or should we not? You use the word should. It's a judgment call. It seems to me that this would be the best use of this knowledge and leveraging this red pill to our best advantage. Yeah, it probably is, but judgment call. It might be a good judgment call too. It doesn't have to. Judgment calls don't always have to be bad, but you're still taking that and deviating away from that. So that's why I surprise people. Like I surprised Coral Osborne. Like Coral was like, tell me about body count. Why do you hate women who have such high body counts? I said, when did I say that? She's like, well, when you talk about the red pill and you talk about how body count influences, marital satisfaction or marital happiness or venereal disease, which it does, or pair bonding or whatever, like all the downsides of having a woman having a high body count. And guys, there's downsides for guys having a high body count as well. But I've never said one way or the other whether it's good or it's bad. I don't say, wait, women, you need to start acting right and stop fucking around. Please find me a link, find me a clip where I say anything like that. I don't, because when I talk about body count from a red pill perspective, I will give you the data. People rarely ask me what I think about it. They don't ask me to interpret it because they already think that I believe what they believe. Well, Rollo's against a high body count. I didn't say that. Especially after 50, I don't give two flying flies about the body count. But that's me talking about it. That's not the red pill information. That's not the data that the red pill reveals about promiscuity. Right? Or I love it when people go, well, are human beings innately monogamous or are they innately promiscuous? Right? Both. Because I can show data for both. Both can be true at the same time, right? People hate that because they need that binary. They need on or off. They need good or bad. Monogamy good, promiscuity bad. Maybe. But if there was no promiscuity, then you're also looking at like a lack of biodiversity, right? You're also looking at stagnation. You're also looking at androgyny in its most extreme forms, right? But nobody wants to have that conversation. But if I do have that conversation, then Rollo thinks that monogamy is bad, promiscuity good. It's like ones and zeros for everything's a binary answer. No, it's not. And nobody asks me, poor Rollo. Nobody asks him what his real opinion is. They just presume what my opinion is. I like it. There's my best case, and God bless Ryan Stone. I hope he's watching this. Right? Ryan and I have been talking about, of course, tattoos came up again. I'm sure it was Rich Cooper who decided to reheat this, right? Tattoos are on a woman is like having bumper stickers on a Lamborghini. You're presuming that girl is a Lamborghini in the first place and not the people at Walmart. She's not a Chevy pickup truck, a beat up Chevy pickup truck. I get it. But people or Rob Henderson. God damn it. Rob Henderson came up with some data that said that if you have one tattoo, you are this promiscuous. And if you have more than one tattoo, you're very promiscuous, right? Or people who have tattoos are more prone to violence, or people who have tattoos are, I don't know, moral degenerates somehow, right? And I'm just like, yeah, we really are. We should probably, me and Jim Sexton, that degenerate. Have you seen his sleeve? Sorry, Jim. It looks like we're contributed to moral decay. But nobody ever asked me about them. Rollo, do you think girls with tattoos are moral degenerates? Do you think that they're bad? No. My wife actually has a tattoo. One tattoo. I won't tell you where. It's actually around her ankle. Is she a moral degenerate after 30 years of marriage with me and one child and a couple of greyhounds right now? I would kick your ass if you'd say she's a moral degenerate, but she has a tattoo. She got it when she was 19. Yeah. Do I look like the kind of guy that gives two flying fucks about tattoos? I like tattoos. If they're done nice, like if they're done well, if it's not trendy, like remember when tramp stamps were a thing? Like don't make your You're gonna put that on your body for the rest of your life. Don't follow a trend. And put like this is my family's coat of arms. My family crest, coat of arms actually, because it's a Knightley house. So it means something to me. It's my family. It's my last name, my real last name. It's the only one. And by the way, it's the only one I got. So I guess I only have one. So I'm not that much of a moral degenerate. But like I've been in the Hollywood metal scene for a long time. I've been a rock musician for a while. Do you honestly think I care about a woman having tattoos? No, I don't. And if they're done nicely, if any, I keep saying, if you're not marrying them, then red flags are green flags. Right? Oh, she likes to fuck. Look at all those tattoos. That means she likes to fuck. Okay. She's DTF. Let's go. Like all that pretentious bullshit flies out the window once you get past like 50. Oh man, I should really be watching out for you. Why? Because you have tattoos. Like that's like fuck that dude. That's a game opener, man. That's like a conversation starter. Oh man, I got to watch out for you. Why? Look at all your tattoos. And then you have this conversation. And you just it's bullshit, right? It's an intro. It's an opening. It's an IOI. Tattoos are great, man. Wrong with tats. I got no problem with tattoos. But what's funny is people think I do. Why? Because I'll relate you the red pill information that women who have tattoos tend to be more promiscuous. So stay away from women with tattoos. Oh yeah, if you're a dumbass. if you have the sports fucking gene, that's a green flag. The thing that's funny to me is like the people who are like, yeah, is she hot? Thank you. Okay, there it is, my friends. There is the super chat of the show right there. We can close the show out now. Finally got the best super chat. There it is. Is she hot? Rolo, do you like black girls? Is she hot? Do you like Asian girl? Is she hot? I told that to Coral Osborne one time. She's like, "What's your type?" I go, "Is she hot?" Am I your type? Yeah. You're a spinner. Let's go. You like girls with big tits? Yes. Do you like girls with small tits? Yes. I'm not a big fan of like giant asses. I don't know where I like a BBL. Like, why do we do? I guess I understand why. I mean, guys like a variety of shit. So yeah, not taking anything away from anybody. I like thigh gap. Thigh gap is the true test of a woman. But Mike, on the other hand, would say, how many cc's does she have? 800 cc's is the true test of a woman for Michael Sartain. Like what Michael Sartain is to women's breasts, Rollo Tomasi is to thigh gap. End of story. And my wife will be the first one to confirm that. So, yes. Barbed wire. What about tribal tattoos? Like those, I don't know. Celtic knotwork. I'd be down with that. There's this one chick. Oh, what's her name? Bikini Pro Sydney. I forget her last name. She's a bikini contest. Like she's a fitness like chick. And she's on my team, dude. I think she's Scandinavian descent because she has like the Viking runes and I forget the name of it, like the Triqueta or something like that. She got all this stuff. I'm like, fuck yeah. If I was single and and she had those tats, dude, that would be like opening. That would be a yes, let's go. So like when I hear the tats is just like one thing. Body count, another thing. If I it's funny is I've been doing this on Twitter. I've been doing the hot girl appreciation thread. And I'll just find a chick that I think is hot and attractive. I'll put her on. People are like, oh, you like that? That's not a hot girl. She's fake. And I do that on purpose because I know there's you can't put a hot girl on Twitter. You can't, because somebody somewhere is going to go, yeah, she's black. Fosh is fucking hot, dude. Blonde girl, no tats. Oh, she's in lingerie. Who would wear that? Why? Because you're too cool for girls with lingerie. Like, get the fuck out of here. You got another open window with girls in lingerie getting fucking worked, getting turned out. You like lingerie, trust me. Just you're not too cool for that. Don't give us that bullshit. Oh, she has big fake tits, and I think it's becoming my duty to like keep doing these threads so like people will understand like it's okay to like hot chicks. It's okay to male gaze. It's okay. We need to fight back to true masculinity, one hot chick at a time. I'm doing my part. Are you doing yours?
Would you like to know more?
Would you like to know more? All right, guys. You like sluts? Absolutely, I like sluts. Every man loves sluts. Every dude wants a slut. He just wants her to be his slut. And it's so great when you have your own slut, dude. It's so great. And she wants to be a slut for you. Oh, daddy. Good girl. I never realized how powerful that is. Yeah, good girl. Oh my God. Oh, that's so great. You know what's funny is you can even just do that. Like you don't even have to be fucking a girl. You just met the girl. I'll be hanging like some chick you hanging out. I've done that like with girls at Babes in Toyland or like girls on our show. And they'll say something. Well, we don't even have to be on the show. And I'm just like, good girl. They'll stop for a minute. Like, did you just tell me that? Yes, I did. Yeah. Good game is like rare. It's hard. It's not so hard. I think people don't understand just how easy game can be. Like Mike always talks about social circle game, which I think is the superior, the most accessible, easiest to learn form of game. But even just like conversation skills and stuff like that, it's not as difficult as everybody wants to make it out to be, especially these days. Like the bar's so fucking low right now. Yeah. Did you see the Watch Mojo list on dating influencers? No. Sammy, look that up for me. Watch Mojo list on dating influencers. I want to look that up. You have piqued my interest, sir. You have first you have my attention. Now you have my curiosity. Yeah. Well, let's see. Oh, this is a good one. I went MGTOW for almost a decade after dating a married woman. Ooh. And a woman with a woman's study and psychology degree just getting out of a relationship. I don't recommend it. You need a defender. Yeah, I get it. God is a mystery. I don't think it's as mysterious as you think. Is Paul a tradcon? No, I don't think he would describe himself as a tradcon, although he did find Jesus and most guys do when they're 70 years old, right? I think he was worried. I think one of the things that worries, and this is not just Paul, but like, I think a lot of guys, like, I think he's worried that like, if there's anything they need certainty in their faith, especially when the chips are down and they're getting towards the end of their lives. I've seen this in other guys too, like Kiyosaki as well. There needs to be a certainty, assuredness, I think, that what I'm doing is right. This is what I'm doing because Lord knows, I'm not going to last much longer. I mean, what's the average age? Like, what's the average mortality of guys? It goes 76. I think my dad died when he was 72. Right. I have a feeling I'm going to outlast my dad. I hope I get into I'm going to stick around and be a pain in the ass. Just like me and Aaron Claire, we're both going to be in the assisted living facility. And we're just going to inconvenience as many people as we possibly can. Yes. Yeah. You're correct. Roger Moore he's the only Bond. Thank you. Now we've resolved that. All right. I don't have anything else for you. I'm just fucking around at this stage. So I talked about Lauren, talked about Paul Elam for a little bit. I wanted more out of it. I felt bad at the end of it. I wanted to keep going because I was just starting to get a head of steam with fucking Shaw, but I think Shaw's too dedicated to this like history lesson. It's like, it's one of those guys who's like, when people like, and I know me a culpa because I've done this myself, but like, I think what happens is when somebody knows something about like the history of this or the history of that, like they want you to know that they know that that they're a history buff, that they're like, I did the studies on this, and let me tell you about that, right? Here's what happened in Mary of Aquitaine in 1392 or 1286, whatever it is. Like, okay, I'm an idiot. I'll sit there and listen to you because I think it's kind of cool, but like, it's not good radio. People like glaze over because you're basically just you're just flexing your information knowledge. But I still don't think that that's a basis to like form best practices or whatever, or like try to prove a point. Here's what we did in the past. Yeah, we also used leeches and like bloodletting instead of surgery in the past. And I don't want to go back to that. You know, I don't want to go back to a time where we had to like, burn incense in a, whatever over you. And instead of using, I don't know, antibiotics. I don't want to go back to a time before antibiotics. I kind of like antibiotics. I kind of like modern medicine. I'm a living proof. I love modern medicine. I'm all about it. Oh, that works empirically. That's really that. Okay, let's do it. But you don't want to use leeches? No, I'm good. You can keep the leeches. So we don't have to go back to that. Hey, I know this is crazy, but do you think red pill knowledge will still be relevant in the next 100 years post AI revolution? Good question. Will it be relevant? Yes. Will it be widely disseminated? I think it will be bastardized. Every AI large language model that they have tested has a left-leaning bias. To varying degrees, there is not one large language model that they have tested that doesn't have a left-leaning bias. Even Perplexity has a left-leaning bias, a wokesy bias. And the thing is like it's not hard to find that out, but you have to be curious enough and have to have a right-leaning bias. You have to be inquisitive enough to say, is that really true? Instead of just taking it at face value. I've said this before. I said the most dangerous thing about AI is that it's going to rewrite what history is, what is true. We're already doing it. Like every time I go on Grok and I say, hey, look, here's the 80-20, 4.5% rule, blah, blah, blah. Here's David Buss, yada, yada, yada. The first thing anybody says, Grok, is this true? And I have to like fight Grok on Twitter because I know it's not it's not that it's not telling you the truth. It is telling you the truth, but it's only telling you part of the truth, right? It's a lie of omission. Well, what about this, Grok? Well, I left that out because that would muddy the waters for this and this and this. I go, but I want 100% accuracy here. So we need to consider this. Okay, well, considering that, blah, blah, blah. The thing is it's going to omit certain things, especially when it comes to red pill or intersexual dynamics. It's going to omit those things. And it might not necessarily be because it was programmed to do that. It's because that the data that it's pulling from is already woke in the first place. So if they're like, for instance, if you go on Google, which is Gemini, right? If you go on Google and you type in, why is my wife yelling and mad at me? And then it will say, well, have you tried to be nice? Like, but maybe you need to bring her flowers. Maybe you need to be a better listener. It could be unhealed trauma, blah, blah. It gives you all this like laundry list of things as to why, right? If you type in the next question, why is my husband yelling at me all the time? It says, here are a list of trauma centers for you to go and like, so you can get away from this guy. Here's battered women's shelters. That's the difference. That's what I'm talking about. The presumption that's already there. Oh, well, you need help. No, I'm just asking why my husband would be yelling at me. It's not unhealed trauma. It's not none of those like lists that would come up for a guy asking why his wife is yelling at him. You don't get like there's battered men's shelters, phone numbers and addresses. That's what's going to fuck things up in the future with AI. It's already here. It's not even in the future. It's right now. So, yeah. Grok is very woke, depending on what you ask it. Unless you tell it to take off, until you tell it to, Grok, put this girl in a thong bikini. Then it's not woke anymore. Okay. Yes. Well, okay. Yes, I agree. Yeah, you're 100% right. But I was going to say this is that remember, It could also be because those large language models are basically just doing like really intense, rapid net scrapes of data. And that's what it comes up with. And that's what if it only has woke material to build from, or has largely the majority of, you ask it a question, it's like scrubbing this database to try to find out what it can feed back to you. And it's mostly woke to begin with. That's what it's going to feed you back woke shit. You're never going to get, I mean, I look forward to the day when there will be a large language model that will actually be as unbiased as it possibly can be, but that's never going to happen. Because what would you have to do? You have to program the AI to expect that wokeness is going to be the order of the day, right? That's what it's going to expect. But then to use some sort of logic to say, well, that might not necessarily be true. Here's a more empirical, more down to earth, more balanced way of interpreting this data, rather than let's just go with whatever the popular majority consensus is, which is what all of them do right now. You would have to specifically design a model that would filter for wokeness, because it's too predominant right now. So anyways, good enough. AI is AI. I, for one, welcome our robotic overlords. And no, we won't be fucking robots. We're too lazy for that. We're too cheap for that. They'll be too expensive. You'll be jerking off in haptic suits like in Ready Player One. You'll put on some suit and have some little thing that goes over your dick. This VR thing that goes over your head, and that will be the cheap, easy way. And you know what's funny is now put AI into that, and it already knows that you want the blonde instead of the brunette tonight before you even have to ask it. Oh, it's Tuesday. He's going to go for the redhead. He's looking for anal. Okay, here we go. That'll be it. I don't think it'll be. I think that's a more dangerous prospect than actually having sex robots. I think sex robots will be available. Yes, they'll be around, but they'll be available only to like really super rich people who are probably going to opt for the real thing anyways. So there you go. AI led to the age of strife. You are correct, sir. Okay. All right. End of show. We're going to talk about Warhammer. Give it to me. Come on. Give me a Warhammer question. Give me one quick before I end the show. Warhammer questions. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go. Mars. Mars is the Forge World of Forge Worlds, right? Gasmatron. Yeah, that might be it. Best Primarch. There we go. Finally. Loyalist or traitor? Let's do loyalist first. Sanguinius is the best loyalist. He's a Christ figure. I have Sanguinius on my shelf right here, actually. The action figure too, like the Joy Toy one. I have 2 action figures that are collectibles. One of them is Sanguinius. The other one is Elric. Because he's the best of the best. He's the sacrificial one. He's the one. He's like Sanguinius is Christ in really plays a role of the martyr. He does. He literally dies for the emperor, who is God, right? So, who's the best on this? For body count, and I mean body count in real sense. Angron's probably the best for body count, but I wouldn't say he's the best. He's too animal. There's nothing like Angron's one dimensional. Magnus is the best. Magnus did nothing wrong. Thousand Suns. Magnus is deep, man. Magnus is a tragic character. He's a tragic hero. He's only a chaos Primarch by default because they left him no other choice. But yes, if I got for sheer aggression and body count, you're gonna go with. Although I shouldn't say that, because there were some pretty good exchanges between Angron and Layman Russ before all the shit went down. There's some really good dialogue between the two of them in some of the books. Like in Wolfsbane there's really good exchanges between the two of them in that. Angron is probably deeper than most people give him credit for, although he is a pretty one-dimensional character. Magnus is the best, though. The fuck is Warhammer? Warhammer 40,000? Dude, if you know, you know. Deathcore of Krieg. What is your opinion on Deathcore? That's the World War I faction of Imperial Guard. They wanted, we think gas masks are really cool. let's do a whole Imperial Legion on them. They're not that cool, but they are cool. But they're like Siege. They're basically like trench warfare. Have you seen Trench Crusade? That's another game that's out these days. I keep seeing people playing this. I'm kind of interested in it. Where do I start to learn the Warhammer lore? Horus Heresy novels. Start with Horus Rising, I think is that the first one? Galaxy on Fire, Galaxy on Fire, or Galaxy of Flame, Galaxy on Fire. That's a pretty good book. Start with Horus Rising. That's probably the best one. It describes the Horus Heresy. You'll get a better idea of what the Imperium is all about. And then really, I mean, just read the rule books and read the fluff. White Dwarf. See, the thing is like, where do I start? In the Imperium? Or you want to talk about the Eldar? You want to talk about Tyranids? It's like, those are all different factions, but yeah, that's a fun. Everybody asks me about the Primarchs. Nobody wants to say, okay, who's the best Farseer on this craft world? Nobody starts there. Let's see. What else? Commissars attached to Krieger regiments have to work overtime to hold their troops back. Yeah. Well, yeah. And then there's the penal legions, and I mean that in the prison legions. I'm not a Warhammer guy. I'm out. Okay, bye. Uh-oh, here we go. Oh, is this it? The 10 most problematic dating influencers. Oh, looks like I'm at the front of the thing. Oh, boy, that's an old shot, too. Oh, man, I'm definitely going to have to watch this. Holy shit. What is this? 10 most problematic dating influencers. Am I a dating influencer? I don't even think I'm a dating influencer. The list features figures known for red pill ideologies. Well, okay, we already know you're fucked up. Pickup artists, culture, and misogynistic podcasts. Watch Mojo's ranking includes the following individuals. Andrew Tate. Okay, well, you already fucked up. Dan Bilzerian. Dan Bilzerian is most definitely not red pill. Fresh and Fit. Okay. Julian Blanc, who already has renounced pretty much RSD and everything else. So that's done. Kevin Samuels, who died 4 years ago. Roosh V, okay, who hasn't been active since 2019, but he had his religious conversion. Pearl, who was a bad cover band of every Manosphere guy. Rolo Tomasi, that's a good one. Matthew Hussey. Oh, man, now I really have to show this to Mike. You guys see this here? Okay, last but not least. This is too good. Is this the one you were talking about? 10 most problematic. Am I that problematic? I don't think I'm a problem. Am I really a problem? It's only 11 minutes long. How bad could this be?
You're the leader, you're assertive, you're dominant, you're the dictator of the relationship. What you say goes. Welcome to Watch Mojo.
Okay, so that right there was cherry picked from the documentary.
Today we're exploring the most controversial
Dan Bilzerian, boy, that's an old fucking video.
dating influencers. From viral debates to intense criticism, these are the dating personalities who spark some of the biggest online backlashes and divided opinions across the internet.
Hey, how's it going? Hi. Hey, how are you? What are these guys up to?
Conquering the world, my friend.
Okay.
Simple pickup.
If you're putting Sneeko in this in any way, you are gravely mistaken.
What started as a YouTube channel built around so-called social experiments quickly revealed something far less innocent.
Hey, I'm part of the 1%. Can I get your number?
No. Jason Roberts, Kong Pham, and Jesse Jaj, the trio behind Simple Pickup, filmed themselves approaching women in public, often in uncomfortable ways, boundary pushing and deliberately staged for shock value.
Is there anything you won't say or do to get a phone number?
Like, who the fuck are these guys in a wheelchair?
I think I saw you guys in wheelchairs.
They framed harassment as humor, dressing up aggressive come-ons as lighthearted content. Their audience grew because the videos felt edgy and relatable to young men struggling with confidence. Yet the message buried inside was troubling. Persistence overrides a woman's discomfort.
Alyssa, Jason, nice to meet you. Bye.
While they've since shifted to more mainstream content.
Is this me? Like, why do you keep sending me stuff, Sam? Although, are these queued up? Is that what you're trying to look for? Are those queued up, Sam?
Their early catalog remains a textbook.
Oh, is this just these guys? Oh no, here we go. Oh, it's me. Look at me. Internet Matt Hussey. Matt Hussey is in no way related to the
Respectability is precisely what makes his influence worth scrutinizing, because harmful frameworks wrapped in charm are still harmful frameworks. Rollo Tomasi. Few figures have shaped the darker corners of online masculinity quite like the author of The Rational Male.
The darker corners. Welcome to the darker corners.
The standards for that women hold for male physical beauty are very, very static.
Rollo Tomasi is widely considered a foundational architect of what's known as the Red Pill philosophy.
The title
Okay, it's not philosophy, moron.
of today's show is The Red Pill's Not an Ideology.
Thank you.
Because that's what everybody wants to make it, even when they don't know that they're doing so.
This is a worldview that frames gender
How ironic that they just called it an ideology and then I'm there saying it's not.
relations as an adversarial power struggle where women are inherently manipulative and men are perpetual victims of female nature.
I've never once said that.
His writing is dense and pseudo-intellectual, which
Says who?
gives it an unearned air of credibility.
God, man, these are like some old ass videos too. Look how long my hair was.
Tomasi doesn't just offer dating advice. He constructs an entire ideology around.
Okay. I don't have an entire ideology. In fact, that's pretty much all. Like, hell, half of this episode I said I was talking about how it's not an ideology.
On distrust and resentment towards women.
As I said before, women are incapable of loving a man in the way that the man expects to be loved. And
that ideology
I love how they take everything out of context. This is fucking great.
has proven to be a gateway drug to far more extreme online communities, making his long-term cultural influence particularly damaging. Pearl Davis. Flipping.
Okay, that's enough. I just wanted to see what they had to say about me. All right. God. See what I have to deal with. God, man, I look damn good back then, didn't I? Man, look at those hair. Look at the hair. Holy shit. Yes. Well, thank you guys for being part of my cult for the last 4 hours and 1 minute. That's interesting. I'm going to have to go watch the rest of that. How come Mike Sartain's not in that? All right. All right, gentlemen. We will be doing, and ladies, I think we have a couple. We'll be doing Access Vegas on Wednesday. This is going to be a big show. We're finally coming back. This will be our first one in July. Then the one after that, I am going to be gone, actually. I am going to be celebrating my 20th, or excuse me, it's on July 20th. I'll be celebrating my 30th wedding anniversary with my gorgeous wife, who has a great thigh gap, in Catalina Island, which is we went there on our honeymoon, actually, but it's like one of my favorite places on the planet. I kind of grew up on Catalina, all right, in summer times anyways, when I was a kid. Caught my first fish in Catalina. We used to take a boat over there. My father used to sail. He had a sailboat, so we used to sail over there too. It was like 26 miles from the shore. So I'll be in Catalina, in Avalon, and other places from July 20th until the 29th. If I do a show, I'm going to try to. I'm going to do a show from Catalina Island. It's one of my, like I said, it's one of my favorite places in the world. I actually, I put my dad's ashes in Avalon Bay, and because that was one of our places, and I figured my dad needed to be in the ocean. He was a Navy guy. Why not? Right? It seemed obvious. I actually have video of it too. But so anyways, yes, I will be, I'll be in Catalina from the 20th till the 29th. But before that, on the 15th, I will be doing Access Vegas with Mike Sartain. We have the Reignite gathering once again, which will be the week of Swim Week, which will be the first week of August. That will go from the 5th through the 7th. On August 6th, there is the Babes in Toyland Las Vegas event, which is the biggest Babes in Toyland on the West Coast anyways. And that will be coming up on that Thursday. the 5th, though, August 5th, we will be doing probably our biggest show for Access Vegas, because that's when all the girls are there for swim week. And if you like gorgeous, hot women, then this is the show for you. So we'll be doing that on the 5th. We'll have probably, I'm gonna say we're gonna probably have anywhere between 10 and 14 girls on that show. It's usually one of the bigger shows that we have. If we can get, I'm gonna see if I can get some special chicks on there. If Maya Allegro wants to come on, I will jump at the chance to put Maya on that show. But we'll see if I can get some of my old girls back. Anyway, so that's going on, but I will be doing my Reignite group there. We're going to go out shooting. We're going to go to the range. We've got a tactical weapons day set up. We'll be doing mock conversations with our girls. We'll be doing some coursework. We'll be doing some, in room work, round table. I did, because I don't do whiteboards. I would rather sit at the table and talk to guys like face to face. So if you're interested in that, the place to go to find out more is to go to reignitealpha.com. You'll find that in the description there. And just hit up me or hit up Joe Marone, my partner in Reignite. We'll be doing that. It's a 3-day event this time. So we'll be doing the 5th, the 6th, and the 7th, and possibly the 8th. I'll still be around. So if you want to make a weekend of it, it's up to you. So we'll be doing that. You are included in the Reignite party or whatever. We have a table at Babes in Toyland. It's a runway show. So you'll be seeing swimwear. You'll see some of the hottest women in the world, but also it's a charity event on top of that. And it's probably one of the best places for guys to sort of be able to flex their, experiment with their conversational skills, their game skills and stuff like that. We tried, like when Joe and I put these things together, we do our best to make sure that guys are put into the best possible environment so that they can actually, start conversations and make connections at our events. So it's not just about, learning these skills that you're not going to put into practice. You go and do it right then and there. And it's not a club environment. It's not allowed. I mean, if you want to go to the clubs, you can. It's not a strip club. But if you want to go to the strip clubs, you can. But it's a fun event. It's low. I don't say low key. It's still high energy, but it's high energy in a sense that you can still have conversations, right? It's not super loud music, right? But it's always fun. It's always a good time. This and the Miami Swim Week is also those are the two big events that we do. So this is our big event. It will be in August. Again, if you're interested in that, the link is in the description. But I will see you guys on Access Vegas coming up. And check my notes. Hang on. It's funny. I might actually. Let's see. Yeah. So we also have another swimsuit contest coming up on August 14th. I didn't want to let anybody know, but so that's coming up soon. Let's see. The 5th we have Access Vegas. Trying to remember what else Mike is doing. Anyways, that's it for today. I'll be back in studio next Sunday, and then after that, I'm off to Catalina. So, but again, if you want to follow me on Instagram, you'll see a lot more of my stuff on Instagram. I will probably be live streaming some band practices because we're starting to get gigs in the month of August for my band Jinx. So, me and Jake and Ricky and Connor and everybody, we're ready to go. So, I'll be doing that pretty soon. Other than that, I guess I will see you guys when I see you. So thanks for watching, and I appreciate each and every one of you. This is your show as much as it is mine. So.
Would you do it again? me to feel you on top of me. It was my first time, but I was just a kid when we met and went to bed. It was my first time. What do you expect from me? I'm breaking up the rules now in the game. I've got some new tools. Please do the same. Time came by and went over like a matchbox stereo. Time to get my thoughts now, let go. Bound to keep me up all night. But maybe we can fuck again, and maybe things be different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. Won't you put it on me one more again? I need to know if maybe we can fuck again, then maybe things be different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. You could have the best of my life. What are you gonna do about it? I'll suck his dick.
Gotcha, bitch.
Now we're fucking in the bathroom, tearing up every wall while I got your hair. While you're screaming my name.
That's nasty. It is nasty, right? Isn't it nasty? Ugh.
She was swinging in the bedroom, whole time stopping and stubbing with her head like she's calling you Kelly.
Well, I'm a whore.
Want me? Ride me up and down like a pony, turning up my song, getting nasty.
Would you like to know more?
Walking up and down on your body. Want me? Ride me up and down like a pony, turning up my song on your body. Baby, we'll get down to it all night. Maybe we can fuck again, and maybe things be different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. Won't you put it on me one more again? I need to know if maybe we can fuck again, then maybe things be different. Goddamn, baby, one more again.
Preceding podcast has been a production of The Rational Mail. All rights reserved. 2026 registered trademark, and don't steal my stuff.
Feel like I'm taking crazy pill.
If maybe we can fuck again, and maybe things be different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. Won't you put it on me one more again? I need to know if maybe we can fuck again, then maybe things be different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. You could have the best of my life.
Dump that bitch.
We say to give a woman vote is like to let a monkey fly a plane. Very dangerous.